Give me 1 minute. You know, maybe I forgot how to stream since I was gone. Gang, hi. Been a minute. How is everyone doing today? I hope you're doing well. It's, well, we got a lot to talk about. Simultaneously, a lot has happened since we last talked, and not much has happened since we last talked. I believe our last stream that we did together was over a week ago now. Wednesday, I think. We had a wonderful discussion with 𝕲𝖓, Beckett, and more about religion and its place in conflict as well as modern society. Great discussion. And then I went to TwitchCon and had a wonderful experience. Vegas was great. I really enjoyed hanging out with the people that I met. Yeah, it was fun. There's a few hiccups, right? But overall A+. Good trip. Good trip. Could have been better, but could have been worse. So appreciate all of you who missed me and who wanted to, you know, come and wish me well. Yes, 𝕵𝖎𝖙, I'm back. I'm back from Vegas. And I'm ready to tackle the important issues of the day, okay? And we're going to be talking a little bit about Israel-Palestine. Surprise, surprise! I apologize if you're bored of this, but it's important, and I fucking want to talk about it, so deal with it. Just straight up. Cool? Cool. Brendan Hoover, nice to see you. Cardis, hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is a call-in show today, so we will be taking call-ins as I rant. I see you back there, Mr. Honkler, or Mrs. Honkler, I'm not quite sure. So don't worry, we'll get you in. But I do want to address some things. I do want to talk a little bit before we start pulling people in. We're going to give... we're going to give time for people to kind of shuffle on in. I've been gone for a moment, right? So they may have forgotten about me, right? It's always this thing. Whenever you don't stream for like over a week, it seems people like forget that you are around. So yeah, we'll give them a minute. Give them a minute to get here. Give them a minute to kind of re-enter the 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙. And yeah. It's been a few days, okay? So first of all, I guess before we get into the Israel-Palestine stuff, I want to address Vegas. Okay, I want to talk about that because I think it very, very well. I met up and had dinner with Madame Genevieve and Sleeve Tea. Me and Tenflix hung out for a while. I met up with Pep. Let's see. Stayed with Erudite, Flowtrace, 𝕲𝖓 Johnson, right? All of them. Had a wonderful time. There was some drama, right? As there always is. I had a great discussion with a few people off the record. Yeah. Overall, though, good time. And I really want to thank one of my viewers for a generous donation that made the trip possible for me. Principles Before Politics donated a sizable amount so that I was able to have a hotel room, and so Tenflix and Pep could come and help me out as well, right? So I really want to hammer that home. Really appreciate you, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you for that donation. It was needed, and it was obviously very money well spent. Let's say that. So thank you again. We got a nice hotel at the MGM Resort, and yeah, it went very well. 𝕲𝖓, good to see you. Nice to see you. TwitchCon was great, as I was telling people. I can't really give you... Look, gang, it's not my place to give some specifics, right? Off the camera is off the camera. We might put together a little short on it. Like, we have a little bit of footage from there, but it wasn't a lot. There was an event that we were expecting to happen that didn't quite happen really, and so that where our main content was supposed to come from for that didn't really get off the ground. no mushrooms this time. That's true. Zesty. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome here. Kick your feet up. Did the whole Erudite Mansion thing fall through last minute? Yes and no. So, on Thursday before I went, or I'm sorry, not Thursday, Wednesday. Wednesday before I went, before my trip, we all got a message, everyone who was supposed to stay at the Erudite Mansion, that had fallen through, that they had been, the offer had been rescinded, and they weren't going to be able to put us up. So we all desperately scrounged for alternative arrangements. Now, it turns out, right, that later on, that they found other arrangements. But, again, damage done. We'd already tried to look for other arrangements and things. So, did it fall through? Yes and no. In the end, I did stay with Erudite on Monday and Sunday night and Monday night. And, yeah, it was great. Very good hosts. It was fun. We played some board games. We played some Concept. We played some code names. Yeah, great time. Great time. Let's see. What other interesting things happened at TwitchCon? Oh, I went out with Irrelevant Darius, right? And Wicked Supreme, Cherry, Pixie, a few others, right? We got recognized, right? Some rando came up to us. It's like, I know you guys. I know all of you. Well, let's take a picture. And it was really nice. Pep, hi. The board game night was legit. Yes, it was. It was fun. I don't know when Erudite's going to go live again. I know she's doing her transition to the Bridges podcast that she's putting together. And I know that, again, after Vegas, we're all kind of trying to recharge our batteries and things like that. So, yeah, is what is. Okay, let us talk. Well, first of all, let's take the first caller. I think now's a good time. We can bring in the first caller. This is a call-in show, so if you want to call in, exclamation point Discord and chat, and we'll drag you in and we'll talk. CIA takes pictures. Maybe it was a CIA used to be one. Portland is burning. Thank you for the sub. Welcome, welcome, welcome back, WhickTV. Well, welcome back, Portland, is what I have to say. Let me bring in the first joker. Hey, you're live.
Hello, hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
What's up?
All right, camera's on. Much, yeah. So Israel-Palestine is the name of the game today, then?
If you'd like, I mean, we are taking call-ins on that, the Vegas trip, and just anything you want to discuss in general, right?
Gotcha.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so like, I honestly feel like I'm being pulled in every single direction all at once with this, with Israel-Palestine. Hold on, let me turn my light on. There we go. Because, so like, I was in here like last week before Vegas and whatever. And I said about how I was pretty not confident, but I was interested in discussing like the one state solution. And I think that it's like one of like two options. The other option is, I mean, I would guess you could consider this just like the ethnic cleansing option. Push Palestinians all the way back to the borders between the sea, the river and the sea, right? Which like obviously is not ideal. That's the direction that we're going in with the status quo, that Israel has, imposed in the region. It's over time they're slowly going to be taking more and more territory. So I think that it's just to the point where like you have to ask the question of, is it okay for Israel to be a nation by Jews for Jews? Right, that's like the question.
Can you say that last part? Everything after, is it okay for Israel to be a nation?
Is it okay for Israel to be a nation by the Jews for the Jews?
Well, I mean, and the reason what do you think?
And I think generally yes.
Sure,
but that begs the question of what do you do with the Palestinian people, right? Like if Israel is meant to be like a democratic theocracy, which is more or less what it is now, or at least a democratic ethno-state.
Okay.
What like within that paradigm, there's not much room for the Palestinian people.
That is the problem, right? So we got to look at this. First of all, thank you, Omnipotent Rift, for the 9-month sub. Really appreciate you. Gang, we're almost to a hype train, so if we can get that rolling, we can push my hype train from the river to the sea and eliminate all all doubters, okay? Right? We will ethically cleanse my chat of doubters, and that's what we're going to do. So thank you for the subs. We got a hype train going. Continue to give me subs as we go. Okay. But yeah, this is the heart of the problem. And this is why anyone who says this is like a simple, like a cartoonishly simple morality wise is lying to you. Or they simply don't understand the depths of the conflict. Like, Zionism originated in the 1880s, right? Around that time, because the Jews were being ethnically cleansed everywhere almost.
Right,
In Europe,
exactly.
in Russia, they needed a place to stay. Like everyone points to the Holocaust. The Holocaust was the climax of this, right? It wasn't a lone event that just happened. It was there were a lot of lead ups and cleansings and killings and rapings and murderings that led up to this point and didn't stop afterwards, right? It just, again, is something that people people all the time will talk about the Palestinians and their resistance, say, well, you have to understand why Hamas is doing this. But you also have to understand why Israel is acting the way it does.
Oh,
And
for
why
sure.
Israel is wanting to have a state where they can actually, live. Because they weren't being allowed to live anywhere else. So,
Right, for
right or
sure.
wrong,
One thing
okay.
I feel like I should throw in there, I don't know if I mentioned this last time
Hmm.
or not, but like growing up and everything like that, I'm like pretty conservative household. Israel support was pretty much baked right into that. I never really took the time to like spend much thought on like Palestinian people and everything like that. It was just like, oh yeah, like they're the people who don't like the Jews, right? Like that was basically it. Due to the events on October the 7th, and my content sphere has changed a lot during that time, and I've just been exposed to all kinds of new data that I'm trying to process now. With like what's been going
It's a
on
lot.
in Palestine over the past 70 years or so. So
And it's
I'm
really hard, right? I can
yeah,
only imagine it's really hard, because there's so many voices out there, and unfortunately, there's so much flack. There's so much just straight up false information just being
mhm, mhm.
pushed over and over and over and over again, and it's really hard to kind of differentiate what is fact and what is just fiction. And there's a lot of fiction being pushed as
Right, or
fact.
even just like like selective facts. You know what I mean? Lies of omission are very common as well. Like so. Take Ben Shapiro for example. Generally speaking, I'm pretty big. I like Ben Shapiro on the whole, but he's definitely engaging in the lie of omission. In favor of Israel, right? Which I don't know if I can be like unbelievably mad at him because like he is a Jew and he wants Israel to exist, and he wants to throw out. It's like, hey, this is why Israel is in the right and whatnot. And like I said, I'm not certain that Israel is in the wrong to begin with. It's just that that context
this
is
this
lacking.
this whole right and wrong thing, right? Like, I don't know if
Yeah,
either side
true,
is right or wrong in this. This is
true.
just this is a state of play, okay?
Yeah,
I try to
yeah,
keep this, like, this idea, right, that, well, let's look at the terms that people use for Israelis. They call them settler colonialists.
right.
That is just a fancy word for immigrant. They are immigrants. They immigrated in. You can take some of the rhetoric around settler colonialists, and it, one for one, sounds like someone advocating against the great replacement in America, right? Like,
Right.
oh,
Yeah.
the immigrants are all being shuffled in here by this shadowy group in order to replace us as the majority voting bloc so that they can get their votes in, right? Um, that's legitimately what people say about the settler colonialists are doing, right? Now, that said, there is a lot to it. They are. Netanyahu, the Likud, they absolutely are doing that. They are pushing people out. In the West Bank with their settler policies, this is happening.
Sure. Yeah.
It's not, um, whimsical or a fairy tale. But then you have to look at, again, why is this happening? Why are they doing this? And you can look at, again, years and years and years of their people being fucking slaughtered, right?
sure.
Maybe they want to live in a place that doesn't happen on the reg every couple decades, where their people
100%.
just
If
get
there's any
entirely
people
mowed
group,
down and raped.
yeah,
and
if there's any
killed.
people group that deserves to have a nation that is, specifically pro them, it would be Jews, if you ask me. You know what I mean? I'm sure there's plenty of other examples like Kurds. They've had a rough time of it. Armenian genocide. Those guys.
Well,
Had issues.
that's an ongoing thing, right? Like with
Yeah,
as 𝕵𝖎𝖎, I can't pronounce it.
yeah. The Turkish people
Yeah, the
are
Turks
not.
and the Armenians and things like that. That's an ongoing thing, but we aren't talking about them, and no one's calling on Turkey being a settler state or genocidal state because again, they're not Jewish, and so there's different rules. Like ask yourself what happened to the Jews in Damascus, okay, in Syria in the 90s, right? No one's calling, right, them, like no one cares about that because it's Jews, right? It's Jews, so it's okay. And no one gets up in arms about it because again, they're just Jews. And this happens over and over again. And again, for years, I was like, nah, that's just a conspiracy theory. Nah. But after October 7th, my eyes are open a little bit more now, and I'm taking this a little more seriously because it really does seem like there's a sizable portion who are like, yeah, but they're just Jews, so it doesn't matter. And
oh yeah, depending on who you are, if you're is an Islamic extremist, or like even like a radical communist, or something like that, like you're very biased against, if you're a hard right winger, if you're a Nazi, if you're or maybe even not like a traditional Nazi, but like this new breed of like far right conspiracy nut job who thinks that Jews are behind every door.
Is what it is. Anything, we got a bit of a line, so is there anything else you
Yeah.
want before I let you go, man?
No, yeah, I'm cool to hop off. Thanks for having me on. It's always a pleasure. Hope to do it again sometime.
Of course. We'll see you later. Bye-bye. To the void. To the void. Like, I see you in chat saying yikes, but where's the lie? Where am I wrong here? This is happening. I could demonstrate it happening. I could show you, right? I can, again, point out, like, you got all these people protesting in the streets when it comes to what Israel is doing, but not nary a word about other people's and other genocides and things like that are going on either recently or right now. Again, you can talk about how that's because of the unique relationship that America has with Israel. There's something to that. But if like anti-Semitism does play a role in this, and it's foolish to say it doesn't. Now, you personally might not be anti-Semitic, and that's fair and that's fine. You can absolutely criticize and be against the state of Israel without being anti-Semitic. It's trivially easy to do, which is why it's wild to me that so many fail to do that, because it's really easy. It's really, really simply, it's simple and easy, but so many people just can't do it. They have to make it anti-Semitic, and it's weird. They have to like make excuses or even cheer on Hamas, and it's weird. And I don't know. If you're willing to excuse anti-Semitism because of the crimes of Israel, maybe the whole being critical of Israel and anti-Semitism thing isn't as disconnected as you'd like to think. We should all do some reflection. Now, there is also, and I want to point this out, a rise in Islamophobia going on. And that is also equally unacceptable. Like, we can't start just because someone is a Muslim or even a Palestinian, equate them with Hamas. And to do so is gross and disgusting. And you are just feeding in to this culture of hate. And, it just cannot stand. There are plenty of Palestinians who have expressed horror to me personally and publicly about what happened on October 7th. Again, they usually are anti-Israel, but they haven't been anti-Semitic about it, right? It's almost, I won't say almost all, But a lot of the anti-Semitism is coming from white leftists at home in their keyboard warriors or vacay protesters. And what I mean by vacay protesters is they treat protest as a day out. It's an outing. And also college students and college professors. There's a lot coming from that venue as well. I did a whole stream on this, though, with just a smidge, an inkling, a trickle of examples. But yeah. Okay, let's bring on the next caller. Allison, hello.
Hello.
You got a camera for us today?
I do.
Oh, we get the couch view? What?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Here, can you turn yourself up just a smidge?
How do I do that? I can just come closer to the microphone?
Yeah,
maybe?
that, yes.
Okay. Wow. I feel so close to my camera. Wow.
It's all good. Oh, what you got for us today?
Okay. I have 3 wholly unrelated topics. You've obviously got a line. So, like, I don't particularly expect any one of them to take very long, but, like, obviously we don't have to get through them all. But the first one, and, like, the most related to the Israel-Palestine, is the phenomenon of so-called doxing trucks. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Are these the trucks that went through like Harvard and Princeton, and they had the names and pictures of everyone who signed those weird ass support Hamas letters?
Yes. So for the audience, it's billboard trucks. So it's these like trucks with light up like sides that project messages, right? And these trucks have been driving around at least Harvard, Columbia, and UPenn with like the like blown up headshots of people who have been like board members of these organizations, and like first and last names, no addresses, okay, but first and last names and headshots with messages like Harvard's leading anti-Semite. And they just drive around the streets surrounding these campuses because I don't know that they're allowed on campuses. But people are calling it doxing trucks. And then people are saying, this is histrionic. Addresses are not revealed. These are people who publicly associated with an organization that made a public statement, and they're responsible for the public blowback. And I just think it's an interesting conversation one way or the other. And then there are also like right wingers who are having like major schadenfreude because they're like, listen, these Ivy League lefties, these like elite university lefties are the people who have been pushing like cancel culture is actually just accountability culture. Like pro free speech is a dog whistle for pro hate speech. Like these are the fucking people probably who have been pushing this stuff. So like they can eat it, which I don't necessarily think that's right. I think it's better to probably have a principled stance.
Yeah,
And
I'll just interject here. That kind of, and I've seen this not just from the right, not just here, right, but in other venues, right? I've seen people being like, well, this is what they get, right? All the people being fired for their pro-Palestinian views, all the people being fired for or losing job opportunities because of their stances on social media is gross to me, right? Like, I think that's, again, we have to stand against censorship, just if I may. We have to stand against censorship. We have to stand against this kind of crushing of freedom of expression by the corporate world wherever it rears its ugly head. And these Harvard dox trucks, let's talk about those a minute, right? These things are not good. This is very, very bad. So how these letters worked is a lot of these groups, okay, put out like this combined letter. Most of the people in those groups did not actually read or know what was in the letter, right? They didn't. Their names was associated with it because they were part of the group, but they weren't the ones that put out the letter. In a lot of cases, they were very, very surprised when they saw what the letter's contents entailed. So to just go around putting them on blast for something they didn't actually do is, again, reprehensible. It's gross, and we should stand against it. It's not okay. I think that it's absolutely a violation to do that. So,
anecdotal example, but I was looking at the Twitter earlier of somebody who claims to be a Harvard law student in the Muslim Law Students Association or some title like that, and she was a board member, and she claims that she was broadcast on a doxing truck, and she was like, listen, like we got an email saying that this statement was coming out and that we had signed on to it, and we could choose to disassociate from the organization if we wanted to. But the idea that we all had creative input in this, like, it's just not reflective of reality. But then there are people who are like, well, you're still in the group. Like, you saw that statement that said Israel is unilaterally responsible for all violence in the region, and you haven't left yet. So, like, you can have the consequences. And I'm kind of sympathetic to both sides,
I don't
although
think that.
I don't think
Yeah, I don't think that
society.
would have helped them though. Even if they had denounced it immediately and left the institution, no one would care. I don't think. I think it would just be a punishment. That see, and this is what it is people are lashing out and trying to punish the bad guys in this. And I think that like, look, if you put out a tweet that's all your own, like your own damn tweet, and you get shade for it, and people want to put you on blast, fair play. But this ain't that, right? This ain't that. This is substantively different. Like, again, I put people on blast for saying stupid ass shit all the time because they said it with their chest. It wasn't part of an organization, anything like that. I also don't dox them, to be clear, right? I want to nip that in the bud right now. I'm not putting out their full names and shit. But like, if you tweet under your, say your screen name is Fraggin. Let's say Fraggin, okay, as a hypothetical, totally made up. Your screen name is Fraggin, and you make a tweet right on October 8th about how this is what resistance looks like. What did you think it was going to look like? And people give you shit about that. That's cool. That's good. That's what should happen. But calling your workplace, putting your name and face on blast on a truck, that's just way beyond the pale for me. And thank you for the gift subs, by the way. Really appreciate it. I could use more. Gang, just as an aside, my coffers have gone low due to the Vegas trip. I could really use a refill. So if you got some super chats in you, some donos in you, some subs in you, some bits in you, throw them my way. Now's the time. Anyway, what do you think about that?
About giving you money?
Well, that's too, good. But I'm talking about the topic at hand. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it. I mean, there are people who have like the sort of not extremist, but like most extreme version of this take, like a workers' rights position. Like, people should be allowed to hold whatever views they want, and they should be allowed to say them no matter how repugnant. And if they're off the clock, it should not affect their job. I do think that there are like lines that people can cross. Like, there was a lawyer in Chicago who like outright said, like, I think she was the one of the people who had a sign that said like "Keep the world clean," and it had a trash can with like the Star of David in it, and she was like posting pictures like that. There seems to be some line, right, that I like kind of impulsively, but I also have the impulsive sympathy for like, your time off the clock is your time off the clock. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I don't know.
There is only one take that I've personally seen that I don't know, right? I legitimately don't know. Like, I think, wow, maybe they actually should be fired for this one. It was, I forget where she worked, but a woman put out the tweet basically that, oh, they're firing us for our pro-Palestinian positions. Well, these people have names and addresses, and it's very easy to get a gun. They should be scared of us. I was like, yo, that's so close. That's so close to me.
Like, find that person's real life. Try to intervene. Like, try to let people know around the person, like, hey, you got an unstable individual like in your midst.
That was really it was a lot. It was I don't know what to do about that one. I'd have to think more about it, but it was really, really bad. There's also this, you see these videos and they're almost like, there's almost a new one almost every day, of people at college campuses and things ripping off these posters of these kidnapped kids and kidnapped people that were kidnapped by Hamas. People are tweeting about it like, oh, these posters are just propaganda, rage bait. I don't think that's true. I think people are just, again, when a tragedy strikes and they want to bring awareness to the plight of these individuals and to express sympathy and advocate for them, I think putting pictures of them up are based, actually. I don't think it's a bad thing. And it's your first instinct, or you ever go down a land where you're like ripping these down and like trashing them? What the fuck are you doing?
I've seen people ripping them down, and I've seen people, they have stickers, like big rectangular red stickers that say occupier, and they will like slap it on the poster above the person's name.
Yeah, well, it is it is one sad mess that we are in. Did you have any other thoughts that you wanted to give to me, Allison? Anything else you'd like to say?
Well, I have like a totally unrelated topic that I actually just saw an ACLU statement about that I'm kind of interested in. I don't think it'll take very long, but you do have a line, so like totally like.
Well,
totally
give it to me quick, and if it's something I know about, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, so Tennessee has like a 90s era statute on the book criminalizing aggravated prostitution. There are other ways that a person can commit aggravated prostitution, but there is a Tennessee statute that holds that if you knowingly participate in sex work with HIV, like as an HIV positive person, that is aggravated prostitution. And the ACLU is suing and saying that this disproportionately affects gay and bisexual men and transgender women, and it is discriminatory against people with HIV, which is a federally protected disability.
So, prostitutes who have HIV, knowingly have HIV, selling their services, do they make their clients aware?
So the statute does not contain a clause where they have to not let the person know. So it's kind of hard to imagine that this statute has been applied to a person who like knowingly consented to having sex with an HIV positive person. I'm sure that the ACLU is going to argue that that's entirely possible, though. But yeah, it seems like if you know you have HIV and you sell your body, like you are guilty of aggravated prostitution. And a big thing, when you are convicted of aggravated prostitution, you are required to register as a violent sex offender. So these people end up on the registry.
I am going to have to look into this. I don't like my instinct. My initial response is that's retarded. If you have HIV, and you are not telling anyone you have HIV and engaging in sex work knowingly, there should be a consequence. It's
like the OG like rape by deception.
Yeah, something
case, like
there's something
wrong. A person
wrong
would not have consented to having sex with you if they would have been aware of the material fact that you have HIV, right? So it's like arguably a form of rape to do that to a person.
Yeah, I'll have to look into it more, though. Again, these are just my initial thoughts. I haven't really researched it, so it's very possible that there's extenuating information that I'm not aware of that can come out that could change my opinion, but just on its face, as you presented it, what? Okay, thank you for coming, Allison. I love you.
Bye.
Into the void. To the void, gang! That's where they all go. Oh, what's happening here? How's chat doing, by the way? Why does? Nice to see you. Nice. Oh, you're just arguing amongst yourselves? Great. Good to see it. I'm glad we're back on normal form. This is how we do it. Bobby Johnson, 1 AIDS, please. Saniko says ACLU has misconstrued the everything. Rakita law explains it. I'll have to look into that again. I don't know the details of this case particularly, so I cannot speak to it with any degree of authority. Yes. Okay. Are we ready for our next caller? Did Sleeve T Rocks offer you any cocaine? No one gave me cocaine. I am cocaine free, gang. I did not do cocaine. I promise you. But thank you for asking. Let's bring in the next person. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. How are you, Wick? It's been a while.
It has been a while. What's up?
Yeah. So, I just wanted to come in here to talk about one subject and one subject only: how familiar are you on the subject of genocide?
Oh man, genocide. That's my favorite kind of side. I'm familiar
East
enough.
side, west
Also,
side,
thank you
north
Z
side,
somewhere
south
for the
side?
13-month resub. Gang, get your subs in, get your bits in, get your super chats in. I'll ask them. Okay, go ahead, Foo Chops. What you got? Genocide.
Yeah,
We're talking
so
genocide.
I've been going back and forth, not really back and forth, but I recently got into a very brief scuffle with President Sunday recently over genocide.
Well,
And
you are a woman. He would fight with you. This tracks. Go on.
and well, I made myself look silly in a debate, a very short debate. You can barely call it a debate. And after the scuffle, I decided to devote some brief time to doing some research. And I looked into some definitions and etc. And looked into how lefties tend to look at the UN definitions for genocide. Are you familiar with how UN defines genocide? I
They
assume by
have
now.
a list of things that you need
Hmm.
to qualify for, right? It has to be
Yeah.
there has to be some sort of intent. It has to be targeted at a group, like an ethnic group or something like that. I don't have offhand, right? But I know where to find it if I need it, right?
Mhm.
If ever the case comes where I have to decide, is this a genocide according to the UN definition? Then that's where I go to, yes.
That's correct. So this is how most of the world sort of tries to rule genocide, etc. In in the Bosnian genocide, this is how they ruled stuff based on the trial commerce, whatever the fuck they did, and they have a mental aspect, which is the intent, and they have a physical aspect, which is the physical parts, obviously, right? Now the way that it seems like what I found out that lefties tend to do it is that they actually disagree with the UN definition of genocide, which is why now it seems like to me why it seems like the conversation is always constantly talking past each other instead of actually meeting at the same spot. They actually fundamentally disagree with the UN definition of genocide. Instead, they agree more with Lemkins. Lemkins is the guy who actually came up with the word in the first place, genocide.
Oh,
And
let's be
then,
clear just before we go into it.
mm,
They'll agree with whatever definition suits them at the time. That is how that works, right? If the UN definition serves, they will use that. If another definition serves, they will use that. That you to treat them as principled actors in most cases is a mistake. So, but go on.
oh, have they used
During the trans
UN at
genocide debate,
times
they
and
all were always referring to the UN definition of genocide. Yes.
for intent?
For I forget the exact argument, but they would always point to the UN definition of genocide, and they would go through about how the trans genocide in America fit XYZ points, right? And that's the definition they used. If what you're saying is true, and now they're saying, well, no, that's bullcrap, we're going to use this
Mhm.
one instead, that just, again, goes to show they're not serious actors, and they're just
Okay.
trying to, again, win rather than be principled. But go
Right.
on.
I just want to steelman them just a little bit because I'm not a lefty, I'm a liberal, right? So I just want to steelman them a little bit, but they could just be working off of your definitions just for the sake of debate, right?
Maybe, right? It's possible, but the debate was at least, is there a trans genocide going on? They claimed yes. Other people claimed no. And their supporting arguments were the UN definition. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it just seems to me at least, right? My problems at least with the lefty definition of genocide is that then a lot more things could qualify, right? For example, I think the classic definition that is always brought up in the liberal sphere when it comes to like Twitch poll is that when the Allied forces are engaging with, the Nazis, that can be qualified as genocide because if you take away the intent, right? The intent is not to wipe out the Germans, right? The intent is to like you're pretty much targeting all of Germany, right? Because the entire German economy, all of the citizens engaged in the war engine of Germany, and then its entire economy, the entire branch was engaged in the genocide of the Jews at the time, right? So you have to understand that technically, in a way, right, you can argue that's genocide, right? If you're engaging with the Lemkin's kind of definition, because you're targeting like like the country, right? Whatever the heck, right? Now, arguably, you can even argue, if you want to argue just genocidal steps and genocidal, acts, the Dresden firebombing, that, by the way, because I know that lefties like bringing up
Dresden was bad, to be clear. I agree with them.
Yes.
Dresden was bad. Was it a genocide? Probably not, but it was bad. Yeah.
Well, yes, because I want to work off of their definition, right? So according to the Gaza bombing, because I know that Sunday likes bringing up the Gaza bombing, 5,000 dead, 6,000 dead, and he likes updating the counter, right? So when he updates the counter, I have no doubt that dead, but then the dead counter doesn't really matter, right? So you know what? Let's work off of that, okay? Dresden firebombing killed 25,000 people. Okay, 25,000 people. So if that really is the case, that it killed 25,000 people, let's see, it targeted civilian. It killed so many civilians. Like, I'm pretty sure that there's horrifying accounts of people being burned alive, being burnt to a crisp, like infant size, and they were all like just not
Where are
just
we
civilians.
going with this? Is my question.
What I'm basically just saying is just I don't know. I just sort of want to just discuss with you, just like if you knew anything about this. I just want to have like a back and forth.
Sure.
Like, yeah, I sorry, I didn't mean to ramble too much. Sorry, I didn't mean to ramble too much. I was just wondering if you knew a little bit.
Yeah, I know a little bit about genocide. I'm by no means an expert, though, right? Like my issue, and I want to bring it because I think there is a point to be made here.
I wonder for the Israel-Palestine stuff, like, since you know a little bit more about that, like if you could.
Well, let's talk about that in regards to genocide. Like, we can look at what the Israel has done to the Palestinians, and we can say it is many things. Whether it is a genocide or not, it depends on your definition, as you say. But we don't need to define it as, because none of us are on a war crimes trial. None of us are on like a tribunal. Like, we are not in the UN. We're just talking face to face. We're not face to face, but over camera. We're having a discussion and a conversation about that. We can simply say what Israel has done to Palestine is absolutely unacceptable. It is evil. It is wrong. We don't have to slap these labels on it. What utility comes with that? It does drive a narrative, right? But if we're in the interest of truth rather than the interest of narrative, I don't know if it helps. We can also, again, look at what Hamas has tried to do to Israel, and we can call that many things as well. Like, people want to call it terrorism. People want to call it all these things. We don't have to slap a label on it. We could just say what they did was evil and wrong and should never have happened, and it's beyond the pale. We need to fight against it with every fiber of our being. That is what we can say. I think that these word games, like, this is the game that's being played, the football that's being tossed about right now, especially in leftist spaces, is which is worse, Hamas or the IDF? And there is been much mountains of ink spilled about how the IDF is just as bad, if not worse, than Hamas because of X, Y, and Z reasons. That's a load of bullshit to me. But the fact that they are trying to spin this and trying to gin this up and saying, again, they're throwing out the biggest words they know, genocide. And again, whether it's true or not, it does not excuse what Hamas did, nor does it justify, right, running defense for them. Because again, we have to look at it from this way. Hamas, if they had the power of the IDF, if the roles were reversed and it was the Israelis who were in Gaza and the West Bank and all those places, if they didn't have the technology, right, if they didn't have the weapons, if they didn't have the manpower and etc., and Hamas did, what would Hamas be doing right now in their place? Like, we can just ask ourselves that question. Like, if we had to reverse the roles, So I guess I'll ask you, food stamps. In your opinion, right? In your opinion, if Hamas was the ones in control, if they were the ones that had the power, if they had the weapons and material, and Israel simply did not, what do you think that Hamas would be doing right now?
I think Hamas would be shutting down. Well, if they weren't under the ire and of the, the international eyes or whatever the heck, right? I think they would be doing something similar as the Bosnian genociders that they would do. For example, they would be trying to kidnap as many inside the Gazans, the Gazans being the Israelis at the point, right? Yeah, Israelis, as many as possible, sneaking them out, digging mass trenches, shooting them, having mass executions in the middle of the night, and then burying them in mass graves, trying to hide the mass graves as well as possible, bulldozer them, trying to scatter the bones across, and then you would try to have camps, but then try to obscure the camps as best as possible. It seems like it is hard to hide these camps because even then, China, with all of its sophistication, they are having trouble hide the Uyghur camps as well. But that's just my guess. That's my guess of how to do a modern genocide. You know what I mean? But yeah, there's
let
they're
me
developing.
tell you what would happen, right?
Yeah,
because no, you're not far off.
Yeah. Because bombs are not the easiest way to do genocide, because it's hard to hide when you're bombing. Because when you're bombing, it's hard. It's hard. Yeah.
We can look at what happened on October 7th, and we can make some conclusions. Both on what happened on October 7th and what Hamas has stated that they want to do, because their actions on October 7th were perfectly in line with their stated objectives and goals. This is what they've been telling us for.
If you're talking about the previous Hamas charter, yes.
All of it, right? They have again stated over and over and over again. The not the current leader, but the former leader of Hamas, stated that he wishes more Jews would come to Israel so that they could kill more of them. Like, this is what they want. They celebrate it. They videotaped it. They cheered it on. If Hamas had the power that the IDF does, there would be no living Jew in Arabia. They would not exist. They would be extinct. It wouldn't be just bombings that have excess collateral damage. It wouldn't be simply shutting off food, water, or power. They would go door to door. They would round them up, and they would shoot them in the back of the head, or, more likely, tie them up and burn them alive, like they did in October 7th. They would go around, and they would kill every man, woman, and child who not only, right, was Jewish, but also any of the collaborators, right? We can look at how they took power in 2006. They gave flying lessons to their political opponents by shoving, again, Palestinians, Arabians, by throwing them off roofs.
Yeah, so I wouldn't even dispute this. Like by the way, I just want to say, I agree with all of this, by the way. Yeah. So I wouldn't even dispute it, because if you look at the Bosnian government, not the Bosnian government, sorry, I'm so sorry. The Serbs, when during the Bosnian genocide, right? I don't even think they were particularly they were actually less extreme than Hamas now, in my opinion, right? So they were so if Hamas had total control, if they were domineering force, I have no doubt that they would be rounding up people and trying to execute
to be clear,
Jews.
Hamas does this to Palestinians too. Back in 2020, there was a prominent activist in Gaza for peace. His name escapes me at the moment, and I don't want to get it wrong, but I'll look it up for you later. Anyway, he was working with Israeli leftists to try to end the settlement, to get things working and done. They tortured that man. Hamas came in and tortured that man. They until he recanted, right? I don't know if they killed him, but it was gross what they did. Hamas does not want peace, and I don't know, right? I'm sorry for ranting a little bit, but everyone who's calling for a ceasefire right now, I don't think Hamas would honor it. I do not. I think what it would be is Israel would stop fighting, but Hamas would continue to shoot rockets, thousands and thousands and thousands of rockets, which they have been doing for a long, long time. If we remember back in 2000, like people act as if this fucking thing started on October 7th. It's so fucking dumb. Back in 2000, Israel had just won an election on the principle of ending the settlements. They want, this is the Israel, by the way. The Israeli government had been elected at the current time, a very left government, to say we are going to get rid of the settlements. Do you know what it wasn't Hamas at the time. I think it was a PLO or whatever, the precursor to Hamas, I believe, did this. In the fall of 2000, in response to Israel wanting to end the settlements, right, and moving towards that to get with the Oslo Accords, basically, they sent out a wave after wave after wave of suicide bombers. 140 in total that were successful. This isn't counting the ones that were not successful, that were caught, that were stopped. This is just the ones that actually worked. 140 suicide bombers. They would go into a school bus. They would blow themselves up. They would wait for the rescue workers to come to pick up the bodies and heal the wounded. Then a second one would detonate themselves. Again, they do not want peace.
I'm not too familiar with the history. Is this one the Intifadas?
Second Intifada, yes.
Oh, the second Intifada. Okay, yeah, you're gonna have to label the. I'm not too familiar with the Israel-Palestine history. Right now I'm only researching the genocides right now, the other genocide stuff. So yeah, I'm not too familiar with Israel-Palestine history whatsoever. So you're gonna have to catch me up on the other stuff. So yeah, I have no idea on that stuff. So yeah,
most people don't, because this is a sordid history that again has been happening forever, almost since Israel's existence, right? And we look at when Israel fought a war. Israel fought a war in in the 1940s to have the right to exist, because again, many of the Arabs at the time, the Palestinians at the time, and the other countries surrounding them tried to kill them all. Again, they thought they were colonials coming. It's more complicated. There's no good guys to the story. I want to be clear. There's no good guys here, okay?
Yeah, there's no good guys.
But they fought a war, and Palestine fucking lost. In 1967, they fought another war. The Arab nations lost. And they've still been fighting those same wars. This is all a result of this.
Wait, I do have a question though. Just to steelman a little bit.
Please.
If to prove intent for genocide, like at least for the if you were to prove according to the UN definition, what kind of stuff would you look for if you wanted to prove intent?
If you wanted to prove intent to genocide,
for Hamas,
look, I'm not even
plenty,
going
right? But...
Look, I'm not even going to guess at this, because frankly, I don't know what they would do. I would imagine they would look at written documents, stated policies. They would probably go over records of communications between leaders, etc.
So I can tell you what they did for the Bosnian stuff. So, for example, they had Article 4 and they had, Article 2 or something, and Article 7. So Article 7 was to say they wanted to make the Bosnian Muslims, they want to make life unbearable for them in Srebrenica. And that was by the Supreme Commander. That was an order issued out by the Supreme Commander. They had excavators already prepared before the massacre. So that was like a sign of preemptive planning. They also had, buses prepped. So the buses were the equivalent of the death trains from World War II. And the buses shipped men and boys out to their final destination, where, for example, there were satellite images of groups of men out there on the football field. And then the next day they were all gone with a disturbed piece of earth, where the mass grave would be at. And later on it was digged up. It was corpses with, blindfolds and hands tied behind their back. So these are all what they use to prove intent. And typically when you kill all the men, you wipe out the fighting force of a race or ethnicity. That's how they proved intent for the Bosnian genocide.
Yeah. And it happens. But food stamps, we got a line. Thank you for calling in.
Of
Talk
course.
to you later.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. See ya. Bye-bye.
𝕵𝖔𝖎𝖙, I hear you use a VA for your dental. I do not. The VA is terrible for dental. Again, the whole problem I'm having, the reason I had to use a GoFundMe to try to get this stuff fixed is because the VA would not help me. I don't know. Maybe the VA in your area would be better. To be clear, the VA quality will very differ. Like, it varies from location to location. I wish it wasn't so, but that's my experience with it. I am not happy with the VA, not for my health-related issues, of which thankfully I have very little, nor for my dental-related issues. Yeah, the VA dental won't cover you unless, like Aircraft Sparky has a right of it. You got to be 100% for VA, 100% disability for VA dental. It's I don't know. I'm not happy with it. Okay, let us continue. Oh, landline. Do you know the Palestinians tried to peacefully protest? You know what happened? Are you talking about the march for the right of return in 2018? Yes, I am aware of that. I'm sure that there were other incidences, right, where they have tried to peacefully protest. Because again, Palestine is not Hamas. They are different groups, right? Hamas runs Palestine, or Gaza, I should say. The only reason they don't run all of Palestine is because they are of the partition, ironically enough. If ironically enough, if there weren't the security forces in the West Bank, Hamas would rule the West Bank as well. But yeah, Hamas is the force to be reckoned with. It's a major one. But yeah, no, like I said, there's no good guys here. If you think that I think the Israeli response was justified to the March of Return, you're wrong. They should be condemned and held accountable for that. As I understand it, their excuse was that there was people trying to blow up the wall to get in, right? I don't think that was verified. I could be wrong on that, though. It's been a while since I've done a deep dive into the right of return march, etc. But yeah, it was a bad time. It was a bad time. Let's see. Let's take on. Are you guys ready for? So first of all, thank you again, for the bits, 𝕻𝖎, and again, my coffers, my friends, are low. Since the Vegas trip, right? It was comped for me, but the spending money, the fun money, the food money, that was all out of pocket. So if you guys could, and damn, Vegas is expensive. So if you guys can open your wallets and donate a little bit, it would really help me out. Rabid Wombat for 100 bits. Have you submitted footage of you getting schooled on the last couple of panels to the GI Build people to see if they'll fund your stream? Of me getting schooled? Okay, well you'll have to remind me of any loss I have taken in the last few panels, because all I'm seeing is W after W from where I sit. That's a ironic statement, by the way. I'm memeing, but it is what it is. But yeah, like when it comes to Israel and Palestine, right? People are quick to say, well, more Palestinians have been killed, so obviously Israel is worse, and that's just not true. Like during the World War II, many, in order of magnitude more Japanese, like in literally an order of magnitude, more Japanese were killed than Americans, 10-1, right? Ratio. But the Japan wasn't the fucking good guys. That's wild if you think that. It's just this, like, it's these tricks people use, right? These kind of like rhetorical tricks in order to justify their positions. Well, look, see, there's more Gazans that are being killed, so obviously the IDF is worse. We can't just look at that. We have to look at, again, what would happen if the other side were able to enact its will to its fullest capability. We could see that happening now in what the IDF is doing. And to be clear, the IDF, what it's doing is not good. It is, we can criticize it for many things, cutting off the food, water, and electricity to the city of Gaza. We can criticize it for creating supposed safe zones in the south. And then reportedly, there being some bombings of that. That's horrific, right? But there's no moral equivalency here, because we have to ask ourselves, what if the shoe were on the other foot? What if Hamas had the power that Israel did? What would they do in their stead? And I think the answer, again, is perfectly obvious very clear. They have stated what they would do, and they have shown what they would do on October 7th. And it would not be civilian casualties. It would be, like, what's the number now, I think, for Palestinians dead, killed? 6,000, about. That's from, again, it's from Hamas, but we'll roll with it because why not? If that were reversed, if the powers were reversed, add a couple zeros, gang. No, I'm not memeing. Add a couple zeros to the number of dead. It would be a horror that you have never before witnessed in a long, long time. And if anyone doubts me, you could just ask Hamas. You could just, again, look at what they did on October 7th. You don't have to doubt. You don't have to take my word for it. Take their word for it. This is what they say they want to do. Let's bring on the next guest. Hello, hello, hello.
Holy
You're
sh-
live.
Okay. What's up, Wig, man? What's good? What's
You got a
going
camera
on,
for us
dog?
today, man?
I do, man. I got one for you.
Oh, yeah. Throw that shit on. Maybe. If you can manage it. We'll see.
Camera's right here, bud. Is it showing? Am I visible? Oh.
Oh, it was working for a minute.
Hey.
Oh, there we go. Hey, we got it going. What's up?
Oh, man. So I was just asking 𝕬𝖎𝖙. I don't know where his stance was. So his stance is not to confuse Hamas with Palestine. Right?
Sure, that's a fair stance. Don't confuse Hamas with
That's a
Palestine.
fair stance. So what do you do with the people that actually, the civilians that do support Hamas that are in Palestine?
What do you mean support? Like, are they just so there's different levels of support. When you say support, you got to be more clear. So if they are,
So for example,
sure, for example, yeah.
you remember the I don't know if you heard the phone call between one of the soldiers and his father.
Oh, when
and
the
how
soldier's
his-
bragging about what he did. Yeah,
he and his dad seemed to be pretty much on board with what was going on.
yeah.
Where do you put that? How do you handle that kind of situation? Where do you, when you have an ideology as prevalent as that, right? And you're
Well-
not supposed to view.
Yeah, just real
Your-
quick before I address
Yeah.
that, because I will address that. I want to address landline. You say I'm bad faith. Come on in. It's a call-in show. Tell me why I'm bad faith and where the lie was. Like, I hate this kind of shit, and I'm gonna rant for a minute. Apologies.
Get it
because
off,
this whole,
bud.
you're being bad faith. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, when you say shit like that, when I'm having these conversations, right? It makes you look like a clown. It makes you look like a retard. Because again, what am I being bad faith? Hamas says they want to kill all the Jews. They say that. And if you doubt me, if you think I'm wrong, you can go look it up for yourself. This isn't like new information. And if you are trying to deny that, you are a fucking genocide denying freak. And you aren't frankly welcome in my community, and you can get the fuck out. That said, let's address you. Sorry, I'm a little upset. I'm a little heated. I'm a little tilted. But yeah.
Just got back from Vegas. What do you?
Yeah, hey, this is what we're doing. We're rolling the dice. We're not thinking twice. But so this is obviously a problem. You saw the video about the children, like the literal children in Palestine, have been indoctrinated that they want to grow up to be a martyr and kill Jews, basically. That is an intergenerational huge issue that we're going to have to deal with. Now, support in that of that nature is very different, right? And should be treated very different than support of here's money, right? I'm actually funding you. And support of that nature is very different than I'm carrying ammo from you for place to place, right? These are very different things. And so we treat them very differently. For the father, for the children, for the people who just cheered on, I don't think anything should happen to them. Like, there should be no punishment. There's no, I mean, they've been indoctrinated. They're victims in a real way. You just kind of have to improve the material conditions, as lame as that sounds, and try to show them that they're wrong. And there's various ways to do that. Again, showing that part of the problem here is the IDF's it's tit for tat, tit for tat, tit for tat. So you pick a starting point, right? Any starting point. The IDF does a bad thing, so Hamas retaliates, and so the IDF does oppressive policies to stop them from retaliating, but then Hamas will attack back because of the oppressive policies, and it feeds into each other over and over and over again. This is the whole history of it, right? And we can argue who started it, but at this point it's kind of moot. They're both engaging in this, and no one is pushing for peace here, right, anymore, unfortunately, except for a few people without political power. That's a real problem. So yeah, I don't know if that helps or answers your question, but when it comes to what to do about the people who support Hamas in Gaza, you just have to show them that their bread is buttered better on the other side of things. And that's easier said than done. Easier said than done. I recognize that. But what would you have us do?
I don't think there's a real simple answer. So the whole two-state solution, I don't ever see that happening. I don't see it. And then having a one-state solution will probably, will kind of lead to unethical actions. Like everybody got to go. Everybody gotta go. Like y'all gotta just go. Because it seems as if this is never ending. I can't see an end to it, right? And then the whole ordeal with Palestinians going to other places and really fucking their shit up and doing all kind of different things. Like it seems like there's a reputation that follows them. So this kind of conflict is ridiculous. But history shows that they could have almost went to Africa instead of Israel. History shows they could have gone to a different place, but I don't know if that will result in the same behavior.
Well, this is the thing. Like, would things be different if instead of their homeland of Israel, they went someplace? Sure. But at the time, this is where they wanted to go. Like, we have to remember that Israel is, I mean, Jerusalem, it's their homeland. It's where they kind of come from, originate from. They in a very real way, indigenous. The Jewish faith, at least, is indigenous to the region. And so when in the 1880s, in the 1900s, when everyone around them was killing them, and they were asked again by British Zionists, like, where do you want to go? This is what they told them. We want to go back home.
But and that's why this is difficult, because
it's insanely difficult because there were people there already, and
one, and then two, when they help you or they aid you in a war and you make a promise to them, but you don't consult them as to where somebody could go, of course it's going to lead to some backfire.
And that's what has happened. It's led to backfires, right? We have this situation because it's anyway. I don't know, man. I don't know. What do you think? Are you what do you think should happen now? Like, let's set the past aside for a moment.
Now, all right.
October 7th has happened. You are in charge of Israel. What do you do?
I think what they're doing now is probably what I would do, because it can't be there's no such thing as a proportionate response to something like that. I don't want to hear anything from anybody. I'm not trying to hear from Western media. I'm not trying to hear from any media about my civilians dying, right? It's children, grandmothers, all of that, right? Seeing videos. You cannot tell me how to do anything right now. What you can do is either help or get out the way. Like that. If it's me, if you're asking me and I'm being honest about it, I'm gonna respond very similarly. Like, look, the whole knock bomb thing. Like, hey, we're gonna hit this building right now, right? Look, man,
You wouldn't even
y'all
do
need to
that? Really?
it's so ineffective. Apparently, when it happens, right, it still doesn't change that much when it comes to casualties
Well, yeah,
and
because
outcome.
Hamas doesn't let them leave the building, right? You know that
See
happens,
that?
right? Like
So
Hamas will keep them and force them to stay there because they want to pump those numbers up, right? They want the mass casualties so that they can show to the world, look how bad Israel is. Look how bad the IDF is.
So I don't have anything in that to see that or to say that, unless there's some type of journalism that's being done and I just haven't read.
I can
Or I
send you
don't
some
know.
articles, but yeah, there is
Mm.
some evidence that this is the case. Mm-hmm.
That yes, please. And if I'm covering this as well, like on my own channel and kind of
Absolutely.
going through history. So there's articles because I've given the Palestine perspective, right?
Oh,
And
yeah.
mind you, so much easier as a black person in the U.S. to kind of take Palestine's perspective because there's a lot of parallels in so many different ways, right? But then I got to give Israel's side of the story, and there's also parallel there as well, right? So, that's what I've noticed, right? This whole thing has become somewhat racially involved too, is what I've noticed.
What do you mean by
Like,
that?
so what's his name? Mark Lamont, right? He got fired some years ago from CNN for making his comments about Palestine. But he also made a video, I think within the past 2 years, about why black people should care about Palestine, right? But he's drawing parallels between how Palestinians are being treated by Israel and how black people are being treated in America by Americans. So, and what I've noticed is a lot of the people that I see supporting that are black that support Palestine, they have this connection of struggle and being mistreated within a place that's technically theirs. So they draw a lot of emotional connection. Like, hey, around the world, why are you, for example, the settlements that's happening on the West Bank? That's the main, like, yo, y'all can't dominate this area. It's illegal and nobody cares. No one's doing anything.
That is
They're literally
absolutely true, right? Like this idea that so this is why this is maddening to me because Israel is doing illegal, horrific shit. It absolutely is, right? Like the settler colonialism policies in the West Bank, especially right now. This is the policy of Israel, the Likud and all that, is to again just go in and cause chaos and terror in the West Bank and take homes forcibly. It's a horror. It's horrific. But
yep. So
that
and
doesn't
that's how.
excuse Hamas. And it's anyway. It's
But see it.
yeah.
But here the parallel would be right because the question that I would ask is, okay, how do you it does not excuse Hamas's behavior or actions, but it's understandable how they rose, right? Because if you continue to put people in a corner, the people are willing to do whatever it takes to get out of that corner, right? So very similarly,
Yes.
somebody, right?
But
what's the but?
we look at other countries around the region. We can look at Yemen. We can look at fucking Syria. We can look at Lebanon. We can look at Egypt. I think it would be interesting and useful if you just looked at the population of Jews in those areas for the last 50 years, let's say. Since 1960s, okay?
Okay.
Just take a Google on your own time. You can look at it and see what happened to the population of Jewish people in those areas. It's a little eye-opening. So it's Egypt, Lebanon, Yemen. These governments weren't backed into a corner, right? They didn't have any excuse really. They just fucking either kicked out or killed their Jewish populations. Yeah, like again, this corner thing. So you have to ask yourself, even if like they weren't backed into a corner, and Hamas wasn't backed into a corner. These extremist religious elements, would they act substantively differently? And I don't know if they would.
So again, that would be taking it away from, I guess, Palestinians, right? Because if you're naming surrounding areas and not Palestine itself, then that's a different conversation, which I don't mind exploring. Like, so for
Sure.
example, I agree.
But
I
it's
think
just
that
evidence that, like, again, you don't, like, people, the material conditions have a part to play, but it's not the only part to play, right?
right, that's true. I agree.
There is a very extremist kind of religious and geopolitical element to this as well. There's a reason Iran, right, one of the most powerful entities in the region, is funding Hamas. And Hezbollah too. Hezbollah is its first child. Hamas is its second child. Okay, they pumped billions in funds, resources, manpower, ammo, rockets, all these things. There's a great book by I forget his name, but it's called The Shadow Commander. And it talks about, again, how the Iranians rose to prominence in the region. It also talks about how they kind of had their fingers in all the pies and the geopolitical things that they're like, even if like Gaza was opened up today, all the oppressive policies stopped towards Palestinians and things like that, Iran would still be pumping billions of dollars into, or millions and millions of dollars, weaponry, etc., into Hamas, because they want Israel gone. It geopolitically just makes sense for them. Yeah, it's just I like, so again, this material conditions obviously matters, but it's not the only thing going down here. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess my question is, why do you think America supports Israel so hard in the way that it does?
Oh, a lot of reasons. We need a stable ally in the region. Iran was it until all the 1970s, right? There's also the kind of religious element to it as well that plays a big part into it, and why America supports Israel. Again, we were much more religious back in the 50s, back in the 40s, etc., than we are today. And that is, again, one of the reasons that we still are funding Israel and doing things. Religion matters in these cases. But yeah.
Okay, so I think that I agree with you on those, and that cultural. But at this point, I really think that just as a whole, most Americans are kind of disassociated with helping other people, right?
We
Like
are
it's
becoming
this,
more isolationists. That's true.
and I think at this point, we should be, for a good reason. I don't know how much more we can pour into another country, especially when people are continuously complaining about the things here in this country. So I think when you do things, when you look at things like the history of Israel and its relationship to Palestine and how they got there and all of that, and then you look at how most Americans view America when it comes to its history in America, this does not help the case, especially when you're saying what was it, 100? What was it, 300 billion? Am I off? Let me see. I got to check again.
I don't
It
know.
was
It was
hundreds of billions. And it was like, wait, we have money? Everyone's making memes like, yo, so you're telling me I can't get my college debt paid off? I can't do this, but we can send it to Ukraine and we can send it to Israel. And
Well, we live in, and I get it, I do, but we live in a world that is globally connected, and as counterintuitive as it may seem to some, what happens in these regions does have downstream effects when it comes to us. We saw this with the COVID issues, right? The lockdowns, not only in America, but in China as well. The downstream effects, we're still feeling that today. So, like, what happens in these regions absolutely will affect us. Even the lowly, lower class folks on the ground will absolutely feel the effects. Again, because we're a global economy, like it or not. And yeah, it's just gonna happen. We got a line. Anything else? Last words?
no, man, appreciate you for letting me up. Thank you,
course.
thank you,
See you
Wick,
later.
man.
Bye-bye.
Pretty cool, dog. Be safe.
Peepa, you want me to back it up with sources? Okay, we can do that, right? We're just going to take hours of streaming time where I go through documents by experts and I will source all my material. That can happen, but we're doing a call-in show today. If you don't believe me, that's fine, but I'll provide you sources. Are you saying, in all honesty, and I wish you would call in, please, that Iran does not fund Hamas? The experts disagree with you, sir. Or ma'am, I'm not actually sure. It's common knowledge that Iran backs Hamas. It just is. I don't know. Like, you want me to give a source for the sky is blue? I guess I can, right? We can pull that up. I gave you a source to read, the fucking Shadow Commander, right? That's a great book. Go and pick it up and educate yourself a little bit on this subject. This is a problem I'm having, and I'm sorry to the people backstage. I'll pull you on soon. This is a problem I'm having with all of these things, is that there are a lot of people who are fucking undereducated on this subject, but because they have been indoctrinated and consumed and swallowed a bunch of Twitter propaganda and streamer propaganda, they think they are experts on this subject, and they think they know what is going on, but with the slightest bit scratching the surface of any of their claims, it's a foundation of sand. It crumbles. We have experts in geopolitics who have written books, papers. Again, none of this is my ideas that I'm telling you right now. None of these are my sources, right? I'm not just making this up. These are things that people who have done this their entire lives, right? Who are experts in the field. That doesn't mean they're right. To be clear, experts, we saw this, there are countless examples of this, where the experts are wrong. But to just cast it off because your streamer mommy or daddy told you it was wrong, like, why would you ever fucking believe that? Yes, Iran is a huge regional player and they want Israel gone for a lot of reasons. Iran was opposed to Saudi and Israeli normalizing relations, and they have been for a long time. They want to isolate and keep Israel isolated. We know they fund Hezbollah. We know they fund Hamas. And while I don't know, and I have no idea if they were involved in the planning of October 7th, I don't know. We do know that they provide them with weaponry, right? With funding, etc. We do know that the leadership of Hamas, some of them are in Qatar right now, for example, right? Like, we know these things. These things are just true. I'm not making shit up. Because you've never heard it before doesn't surprise me, because these facts, right? They go against the narrative that Israeli bad, everyone against him good, right? It's a lot more fucking complex than bad and good. This is geopolitics, baby. There's a lot going on. This is a historical conflict that's been going on for 70 fucking years. There is so much happening. Oh, okay. Don't get one guide. You're correct. Let's bring on the next person. I forget who was in line, so we're just going to go with what we can find. Hello, Eucharist.
Oh my goodness, that was fast. Oh, hang on.
Oh, I forgot the order, so I'm just kind of picking.
Hello. So, Wick, I have two things for you, and because I know people who actually study the Israel-Palestine stuff better than I do, I don't have opinions because I don't know anything about it. So I wanted to talk to you about two things that don't have anything to do with that. First, I wanted to reminisce and remind your audience that this fine gentleman and scholar is also the finest bowling player currently in this voice call, because I was not able to make it to TwitchCon this year, but last year Wick handily beat me several times in a row at bowling. So you should give him your money for that alone.
True.
Second, because everybody's talking about Israel-Palestine and I'm sick of it, Wick, I just want to know what's a good book you've read lately? Tell me something good that doesn't involve geopolitics, please.
Well, the last book I read was a geopolitics book, but
Okay,
last
then,
fiction book
then
I
the
read.
best book you read doesn't
Fiction
involve
book I read.
geopolitics.
Let's try that. Let's talk about like. Oh man, let me think. Probably, if I was going to give you a recommend, right? Well, you don't want to recommend. You want the last good book I read.
I mean, I'll take a recommendation, yeah, but anything. Yeah, give me a recommend if it's a recent
recommend
one
would
you
probably
enjoyed,
be easier to do. It's better. Are you familiar with Joe Abercrombie as an author?
I am. I was made to read the First Law trilogy, but I've read nothing else by him.
Okay, well, he has a wealth of books to choose from, both standalone in that world and also more trilogies. You got the Half a World, Half a Man, Half a King trilogy. Excellent, by the way. You have standalone such. My favorite standalone, my introduction to Joe Abercrombie was a standalone book called Best Served Cold.
Best Served Cold. Okay.
It was.
Isn't that the one doing a movie out of?
Yeah,
or
they're making they're making a show out of it, right?
Okay.
Is it a movie or a show? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
But,
I just remember seeing it announced in one of my
it
friends'
tickles
Discord
me that
things.
that's the first Joe Abercrombie source that they are using, because it was my first introduction to it. But it's not the first in the series, right? Like, I read it kind of out of order. Like these characters like were introduced to me kind of out of order, so to speak. But it worked because, again, Joe Abercrombie is just such a good writer, and his stories are so well put together that you can kind of enter at any spot and be okay. But I think if I were to recommend a starting point, it would be the First Law trilogy. Did you like it?
I enjoyed it. It's definitely, I am more like a Tolkien or complete, not putting them in the same category, but or like a Sanderson guy, where like I don't usually do the grimdark stuff. I gave up on Game of Thrones after a book and a half. I was just like, I understand why people like it, but it's usually not my speed. But First Law kept me hooked and interested, despite it not generally being my taste. So I should probably do more Abercrombie. I feel like that's probably smart.
It's okay though. Like man, I also wish Patrick Rothfuss would finish his goddamn series.
Dude, so I have a signed copy of each of the first two books because he lives very close to Madison, Wisconsin, where I was in grad school, and so he'll go through town a lot and do like signings and stuff. And so I was just at a thrift store, and they had copy of the first and second book, and I was like, oh, I've been told to read this, and I pulled them off the shelf, and they were signed. I was like, great, $1 each. This is amazing. So yeah, those were very good, and yeah, he's never gonna finish. Maybe Brandon Sanderson will just end everyone else's series, right? Because George R.R. Martin isn't going to last that much longer. He's going to have a heart attack soon. So like Sanderson comes in, finishes Game of Thrones, and then obviously
he did such a good job with Wheel of Time that I wouldn't even be mad. Right?
Look, just he should have contracts running, just like contingency plans in case of death.
Damn. Now your turn. Recommend to me and my audience a book for us to sink our teeth into.
Do you want fiction or nonfiction?
Dealer's choice.
Well, I've been reading. I'm not done with it yet, so I can't necessarily endorse the ending. But I have been reading an old horror book because it is the time of year for that. By Russell Kirk, called Old House of Fear. That's sitting right here. So Russell Kirk he's kind of known as like a conservative intellectual, but he also published fiction very widely. And so in circles who like read like Gothic fiction, he's very well known for that, separate from his like conservative politics. So Old House of Fear was his first full novel, and I'm really enjoying it. It's super cool. He's drawing on like family history from Scotland and just like spooky ghost stories and stuff. I like that a lot. Everything else I'm reading lately has just been boring, but it's stuff I've had to read. So yeah, I'll recommend a good old horror story.
Good. Well, it is the season, as I say.
Yeah. Yes.
You, Chris, thank you for calling in. I really
thanks for grabbing me so fast, because my kids will probably wake up screaming any moment. I feel
bad.
Brief window.
Apparently, I skip people. People are mad in chat. Like, why'd you skip this person? It's not on purpose. I promise.
It's because I'm worth it, chat. Okay, I am enough. Okay.
True. You, Chris, always a pleasure. I will see you. Bye bye. To the void. To the void. To the void. Wasn't that lovely? A little break from the Israel-Palestine stuff. But I fear, gang, that it's not going to be a long break. I see some callers in line. Eucharist is great, though. We love Eucharist here. Okay, let's bring on the next guest. What up, G?
Hello, how are you?
I apologize. Apparently, I skipped you. I did not mean to.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Wick. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
So I guess I wanted to ask you kind of, we're all on the Israel-Palestine conflict, and we've been seeing a lot of the impacts kind of domestically. I've been to a couple of the rallies myself. I've been to some for the Israeli hostages and some for the pro-Palestine rallies. And one thing I've noticed is, what do you think where does activism kind of turn to hate speech? And so an example, I think I heard you mention it earlier, were about people tearing down the posters of Israeli hostages. Is that activism? Is it hate speech? Right? And it kind of brings me back to, say, BLM, right? And you had the All Lives Matter movement, right? Was that just a form of different activism, or was that kind of a form of hate speech, or a form of just trying to tear down the quote unquote real activism or something, So what are your thoughts on that?
Oh. Well, give me a moment because I have a lot. Hate speech is an odd concept to me, right? Because one man's hate speech is another man's just truth. So I don't want to use that word for this. But there is a form of activism that you are doing when you are tearing down the pictures of children or putting occupier in place of kidnapped, right? In front. That is a kind of activism, but the question becomes, what are you actually what are you advocating for, right? What is the message you're trying to put out here? And I think we should tackle that. I think that at the end of the day, anyone, like, I'll give you an example. If someone had come up and put out a list, right, of pictures of all the people that has been killed in Gaza from the IDF strikes, men, women, and children, right? It just plastered those all over town. I wouldn't rip them down. Why would I ever do that? That's a horror, right? It should be, we should see this. We need to see this. To advocate for them and to show them and to stand in solidarity with them is good, actually. So why, and this is a real question, right? Why tear down the pictures of kidnapped Israeli people that aren't just Jews, by the way, Thai workers, Palestinians even, right? I think they actually killed all the Palestinians. They may not have taken them captive. Like they're, but it's American citizens, Canadian citizens. Like, it's not just Jewish people, and so I don't know, like,
what is the motivation there? Is it just the team, the constant, this extension of partisan warfare has gone even to international conflict, where you have to be on your team, you have to dig in your heels, even if it means,
Gremlo made a tweet about this. Are you familiar with Gremlo at all?
I'm afraid not.
He's a content creator, bigger than me, I think, at least on Twitch. One of the Hassan orbiters, right? Like, type of deal. He made a tweet that, I'm going to paraphrase this, basically saying that these posters were just rage bait, that they were only designed in order to kick up fury against Arabs and to stoke Islamophobia. So it's actually a good thing to rip them down. That's his take. I think it's bullshit, but that is a take, right? That is a reasoning. It's something we can grasp and understand, that this is what he believes, that these are just rage bait, and there's no other use for this, saying in order to stoke Islamophobia. So tear them down, take them down. That is what they're trying to do. Like, that is best steel man I can give of his position, right? I think that's wrong, but I think it's
ridiculous, right? Is the Star of David just rage bait too?
Good question, right? Is it?
I think if that's the argument you're going with, you have to. That's the next logical step, right? But I wonder. So a bit of context here is I'm quite disturbed by kind of the rise in anti-Semitism I've seen. I lived in Germany for a while, and they do a very good job there with educating you about your history. Um, and I see I have never quite seen. I'm used to the right wing anti-Semitism, the even the the fascist, the Nick Fuentes type stuff. Never have I seen this amount of blatant anti-Semitism to this degree embraced by the left. And I wonder, do you think this is something that is kind of transient, or do you think this is something that will continue showing?
Not transient. It's not new even. It's just unmasked in a way that I think that is opening up a lot of our eyes. And I want to be clear, I think saying the left is far too broad a brush. Okay? It is there are certain extremists within our movement, within the left movement, that we have been unaware of or just tolerated, that have kind of shown the damage that they actually are capable of. The left has an anti-Semitism problem, and this has come to roost in academia and other areas, right? And there's this struggle going on right now within the left broadly as a whole, as what to do with this information. There are some people who seek to just deny it, to say no, this isn't really a problem. It's just a few kooks, push it under the rug to the dark where no one can see it. That's one stance people are taking. Another stance is people taking is actually no, they're doubling down. This is actually good. We're going to roll with it because, again, power dynamics. And they look at through only the lens of oppressed and oppressor. And they're like, in this case, the Jews are the oppressor, and therefore any act against them is okay because we can't tell what the oppressed should do to fight back. There is that at play as well. Then most of the movement, thankfully, that I've seen, right, have been aghast at this and been like, this is not a part of our movement and should not be a part of our movement. And so they've been casting them aside and kicking them out. And there's been a lot of friendships that have been destroyed over this, and a lot of relationships, professional and otherwise, that have shattered when the rubber meets the road here. Because again, my opinion is we can't cover it up. It's happening. We have to acknowledge there's a problem before we act on it, right? And we also cannot tolerate it. It much like I wouldn't tolerate someone who hated black people being a part of my movement. I'd let them speak. I'd let them have their say, right? But I would say, no, I disavow you. You were wrong. We can't run cover for these people, is what I'm saying. What are your thoughts, though?
Well, I think to me it seems like I remember whenever there was discussion of the oppressor and the oppressee, right? And these types of whatever we can do to the oppressor, we can sympathize with the oppressor class because we have to, like early on, I remember in the kind of Black Lives Matter discussions, and even going back further about, it always tended to be about the oppressing classes, wealthy people tend to be white people, da da da. And then the counterexample was that, well, you can't just look at, whatever class happens to be in power, because look at, for example, Jewish people, right? A lot of Jewish people tend to be in positions of power, but this doesn't mean that, we have, case blanche to do whatever, to be cruel and to reenact the crimes of history or get anywhere close, right? And it seems like that's almost this cautionary example has just completely come true with how people are looking at it now. I don't know. It seems to me this obsession with the kind of it feels like a fetishization of Marxian doctrine of like, oh, here are the big bad guys and here's the little guys, and whatever you can do whatever you need to the big bad guys. And that to me also seems consistent with some of the rhetoric we're seeing that's going towards Israel and Jewish people right now, where it's like, we get the thing that I don't get is how anyone can kind of I can understand why a Hamas person would do what they did. I can understand why someone like that would have kind of that want to do that, but that doesn't make it any less wrong.
Yeah.
And it seems to me that people are excusing it, or at least justifying it, which I don't think is the same as understanding it.
In fact, it almost is minimizing it in a way, because let's be clear, a lot of these people are victims themselves. They've been indoctrinated into this. They've been brainwashed. They've been told from birth that Israel is the enemy and we must kill them all.
Yeah.
And so it's hard to really kind of, it's going to sound weird, bear with me. It's hard to hold that against them. But at the same time, their actions are just so beyond the pale that regardless of why, regardless of the reason, regardless of their circumstances, material conditions, all of that, it is unacceptable and cannot be allowed to stand. And so we can understand that, yeah, these people have been victimized in a very real way. But that does not excuse, nor does that abolish their responsibility. And so we have to act on that. $10 for PDX pleb. Wick, those Harvard students got doxed by Canary Mission as well. Told you it was Zionist propaganda, and you just had to promote them. You might be anti-Semitic. Also, I hope to call in soon. You can call in soon. But again, the videos at Canary Mission weren't faked, right? They were real videos. I don't know what you want me to do when you gave me a video of some guy saying, when I found out what Hamas did, I smiled. And then you have a whole ass crowd cheering. Yeah, I'm going to show that video regardless of who it's from, even if it's fucking Nick Valentes. Like, obviously, if this actually happened, this is something we need to deal with. Anyway, but anything else before I let you go and we get to the rest of the callers?
Sure, yeah. Do you mind if I give myself a quick shout out?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Sure. So I'm 𝕬𝖎, that's 𝕬𝖎 on YouTube. I make videos about behavior change and behavior science. And also, I just want to ask you, what does it take to get on a famous Wick panel?
You DM me with both your availability as well as what topics you're interested in, and we'll pull you in for something. I have to make up next week's slot, right? I have to fill in some content for that. So, yeah, if you're interested, tell me what you're interested in. Maybe we can make a topic out of it.
Awesome. Yeah. Now, Wick, what if I told you just triggered my trap card because I've been left on red for 2 weeks now?
Well, what I would say is that I get a lot of DMs, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, I figured. I'm just messing with you.
I'm sorry.
Right,
Coming in, no, this is a good way. To all of you little Wickers out there watching, right? If you are left on red, I'm not doing that on purpose, right? So call in and talk to me and, demonstrate that you have a camera and a working microphone, and we'll work with you, right? Anyway, I'll see you later, buddy.
All right. Thanks so much. Have a good one.
Bye-bye. Yeah, go check them out. Yeah, next week topics. Oh, we'll get into it. We'll probably have a lot of those. I don't know what we'll be talking about, but we'll try to give some variety. So tomorrow's show has nothing to do with Israel and Palestine, gang. We're going to be talking about feminism. So yeah, I don't want this to just be all the content I do. It is important to me, by the way, but I know that some people want other things and that there are other things in the world. So we're going to try to vary our content as we go. But we got some big things in the works, gang. And tomorrow at 6 p.m. is one of them. It will be interesting. The guy probably got canceled hard and course corrected shortly after he made that speech. I don't know. I honestly don't know what happened to the man. So who's next? I think you're next. Hello.
Hey.
Got a camera for us? Oh, there we are. What's up, brother?
Hey. I've kind of been hanging out. Got a few things for you. On topic of Palestine. Well, first and foremost, I like your glasses.
Thank you.
We're kind of twinsies almost here.
I mean, glasses are glasses, and we have black frames that have a very similar shape. So yes.
Yeah. I just got more hair up here, and you got more down here, so it's all good. Though. It's all good. So I was going to go with, I wanted to stay a little bit on subject with Palestine. I kind of want to, I heard a little bit of what you were talking with the last gentleman about, and to the degree of a lot of people in Palestine are kind of playing the role of indoctrination or almost useful idiots. I'm not actually calling them idiots, just using that term loosely.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
so where is that coming from? Who's doing it? We found about, I think about 5-6 years ago now, one of our ambassadors or something like that reported that Iran was funding the Palestinians to go and die essentially in front of a camera. If you die in front of a camera, more money goes to your family and you become a martyr if you become a martyr. So it's almost like they're taking advantage of these people's horrible position.
Absolutely.
And it's fucking horrible. The thing is with that is I had it pulled up here. Let me see if I can find the citation. I just didn't want to get it wrong. Iran is funding Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas, the 𝕵𝖎𝖙 in Gaza, organizations out of Iraq, Syria, and the West Bank. So really, I don't think that this military, I mean, they should probably go in there and kind of kneecap Hamas, absolutely. But this military struggle should definitely be more with Iran than anybody. And that's the scary part about World War III, because Iran, Russia, and China are very well close knit. But I really feel like that's kind of where our military, or Israel's military focus should be. The United States, we should just provide.
But there's reasons, and this is why it's also complex. But there's a reason Iran is using subsidiaries to do this, because they know they can't themselves, because as soon as they do, it escalates, and they don't want it to escalate because then they will pay a price for it, right? And so it's this game, and that's a terrible word for it, but it is, right? It's this game they play where they put money in the pockets of very bad actors, and again, indoctrinate the citizens of these places. They victimize them and use them as pawns in their little chessboard, geopolitical chessboard. It's and I want to just take a moment to kind of hit this point hard, right? Palestine will never be free as long as Hamas, the 𝕵𝖎𝖙, etc. exist, because these people are victimizing Palestinians, using them in order to get what they want. And they have control. They seek more control. Again, the only reason they haven't taken the West Bank, Hamas specifically, hasn't taken the West Bank is because the Israeli security forces are kind of intermeshed in there. There is a huge amount of power that is being funneled into these groups by Iran specifically. And it's just, yeah, you're right. Like, it has to be more than just what's going on now. There has to be some sort of, we have to kind of find a way to close down these avenues of funding that Iran is using. But I that is beyond the scope of my expertise or abilities to know how to do, right? Because again, it's a game we're playing too, because we can't directly do it because it will escalate. So I don't know. Yeah, I just don't know.
That being said, Israel has been attacking Iran over the last decade or so. They keep going in and destroying factories, or what's the word I'm looking for? Research to develop centrifuges in order to get weapons. They keep going in and blowing those facilities up. So they are having active strikes inside Iran and have been for, again, the last decade.
But it's limited in scope, right?
Sure,
like
absolutely.
It's one of those things. Like there are lines that you can push, and then there are lines you cannot push. And this will vary based on the region. This will vary based on the actors at play. But there are certain things that are considered fair play, so to speak, and certain things that are absolutely beyond the pale. But yes, this is a conflict that has been going on for years, and Hamas, Hezbollah, etc., the 𝕵𝖎𝖙 are just more tools in Iran's toolbox, where it's a tit for tat thing, right? So
now, that was just kind of because I heard you talking to another guy about it, the actual subject that I wanted to bring up, and DM you about politics all the time, looking for more discussions about that specifically. The new House Speaker, what's your thoughts?
Damn, man. This guy is a piece of work. I'm not a fan. Okay, I don't know him that well, but just a cursory glance at his positions and what he wants, the far right in the GOP has taken a W from this. Like the moderates gave in, gave them what they wanted. So that's an L for America, in my opinion.
How much do you blame the Democrats for being responsible for
They
ousting the
have they have some responsibility in this, right? But at the same time, I blame the Republicans more because it's their fucking show, their fucking party. They're the ones in fucking control of the House. So again, it's weird to blame the Democrats for this. The Democrats have some blame cast upon them, right? But at the same time, my main ire is at the Republicans and who elected this man. So yeah.
So my stance on this is I want to give him a chance to see what he actually does before I judge him. But if you look at anybody's personal preferences or whatnot, you're going to find a couple things that you probably find detestable about just about anybody. Some things that don't line up with the current scientific consensus, etc. I don't think his personal views, even if he is the creationist, even though I haven't found a quote of him actually saying that, even if he is a creationist, as long as he doesn't legislate like a creationist, I don't have any problem with what he believes. I don't care if he's an Eagles fan, even though I think all Eagles fans are scumbags, and Giants fans and Redskins fans. But that's beside the point. The fact is, like, he can think whatever the hell he wants. It's how he legislates. It's the policies he tries to implement. If he's a hardline abortionist, when it comes out, he puts out a nice, moderate abortion policy, negotiating with hardline pro-abortionists on the other end, and they come up with a really good center-of-the-road Nikki Haley-like policy. I think that would be good. I
will eat my words if that happens. I just don't see that happening, right?
It's a possibility. I just kind of myself, was it Portland is burning, and a couple other people. I'm trying to get them into a chat about this, a 2-on-2. But I kind of wanted to hear your views on that, where you stand with him so far.
Well, like you said, he hasn't really done anything so far, so I can only go right by his positions and his stances that he has said in the past, and those ain't looking good. It could be that he's turned over a new leaf, or he will govern with a much more even-keeled approach that is good for America. But the proof will be in the pudding. I think past can be prologue, and in this case, it's not looking good, gang. So that's my take.
That's all I got for you. I'll jump out of here and let the next
thanks
person
for coming on, buddy. What a pleasant little conversation, right? But yeah, like, I just want to, before I bring on the next caller, I want to hit that home once again. Hamas is victimizing Palestinians. They are oppressing Palestinians. They are keeping Palestinians from being free. So even if Israel stopped all its oppressive policies, they withdrew, right? They stopped their settler colonialists. They withdrew. They gave back all the homes. They allowed the right to return, etc., etc., etc. Hamas would keep that peace from happening. They would, again, use thousands and thousands of rockets to kill as many Israelis as possible. They have to go for there to be peace. Now, do I think that the IDF is doing currently is good? No. I think that the IDF is doing this in a very horrible way. They need to go in. They need to stop this indiscriminate bombing. They need to go in. And I know that's going to be more costly, but that's just the moral thing to do. Yeah. Next caller. You're live.
Oh, hold on. Oh my goodness, let me turns on the. Man, it's good to talk to you again, Wick. Man, it's been a minute.
Yeah, what's been up?
Not much. Look, I need to. I'm big on this Israeli-Palestinian conflict thing.
Go ahead.
It's of course, I'm a Messianic Jew, which is like Jews with Jesus. So the Israel-Palestine conflict is kind of near and dear to me. First question. I have not heard you give any commentary on 𝕾𝖍𝖎 and his stance, his unequivocal
Hamas Piker.
𝕾𝖍𝖎. Yeah.
What do you want to know?
Well, I want to know, how do you feel about the leftist tendency towards supporting terrorism?
The left
And
has an anti-Semitism problem, and he is a good example. I think that him, Second Thoughts, and Frogan, there's a few others, right? Second Thoughts specifically. Let's concentrate on Second Thoughts specifically, because it all kind of stems from that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Second Thoughts.
So Second Thoughts, millions of subscribers. I think 1.7 million subscribers, I believe. Don't quote me on that number, please, but like hundreds of thousands. Okay. He put out a video right after the attack on October 7th saying that actually, you know what? It was based what Hamas did. That there are no civilians. They are all settler colonialists. Every man, woman, and child in Israel. That's what he said. Like he didn't even try to mask it. That was his position. Hamas Piker ran cover for that when he was on with Ethan Klein on the H3H3 podcast, the Leftovers podcast.
It is actually interesting how Ethan Klein just recently realized that he is basically got in bed with people who hate Jews, and Ethan Klein, although a secular Jew, he's actually feeling, because of his cultural upbringing.
Ethan Klein is anti-Israel. Like, Ethan Klein is anti-Israel. He doesn't like Israel, which is, again, fair. But
I
even
don't like
he was
Israel's
like,
government, but I love Israel.
You saw that clip, right, with Hassan and Ethan going back and forth, and Hassan kept doing these like little word games and these kind of like rhetorical flourishes, and Ethan kept cutting through like, I just want to call this guy evil. This guy's just evil. And he just cut through all the bullshit and just, if you're praising the death of civilians, right, you're evil.
Well, so maybe I am a little bit evil at this point, because when it comes to the Palestinian, so I like American.
If you were about, if you're about to come on here and cheer for the death of Palestinian civilians, you're not going to get the reception that you think you are, buddy.
No, I'm actually not. So I'm into American proportionality. So American style proportionality, you served, you know what I'm talking about. We lost 3,000 people, 3,000 plus people on 9/11. We destroyed two countries, as that's proportional. That's American proportionality. I think that Israel should be allowed to do what they deem as necessary. That's actually my stance. I believe Israel's actual stance is going to be to annex Gaza.
There are certain lines that Israel, even though it is acting in self-defense here, should not cross and never cross. And if they do cross them, should be held accountable for crossing them. I do not think we give them a blank check to do whatever they feel necessary. I think that's wrong. I think that's immoral. What we can do, however, what we don't do, however, also in the opposite end, is not let them do anything at all. This attack merits a military violent response. Hamas must be eliminated by force.
Now, are you talking God's wrath level or
whatever is like?
So Operation God's Wrath was there was some Israeli hostages taken, and
are you talking about Mossad assassinations?
Yeah, where they killed entire lineages of family.
No, that's wrong.
God's wrath, it prevented a lot of
that's wrong though. I think that's immoral.
Terrorists. It kind of is. It kind of is, but warfare is immoral, and you know it. Now, I think there's ways to limit the immorality of warfare, and I think the prudent, the least homicidal, the least brutal would be to annex Gaza, offer Palestinians who could be vetted. If you want to be an Israeli citizen, here's Israeli citizenship.
The ideal solution, the only solution, in my opinion, to this is, at this point, we need a third party to come in and take the reins and say, hey, both of you, knock the fuck off and don't do this. We're going to take it from here. We're going to sort this situation out. There's lots of problems with this. This is not a good solution, to be clear. It's just the only solution I think that has any chance of working. The problem with this solution is that it would be a decades-long project and would be costly as hell. So there is no will for any party to do this. No one wants to because they know how.
But who would you suggest?
Oh God, I don't.
So the third party, and this is the tough part.
Yeah.
Because you say the left has a definite anti-Semitism problem. I agree. I think some people on the right have a definite anti-Semitism problem.
Well, yeah.
I think
Obviously.
I think both extremes of the poll has definite issues there. And then when you look at international organizations such as the UN has an anti-Semitism problem. I mean, Iran was allowed to sit in New York City today and literally tell America, if they invade Gaza, you're going to feel the fire. You know, they were threatening America on American soil, and he's completely free. Our allies in the Middle East, such as Qatar, is running cover for the leader of Hamas.
They've arrested 9 Jewish citizens, or Jewish people, and charged them with spying for Israel. So they're now going through that court process in Qatar. It's not going to end well for them.
No, it isn't.
I don't know the veracity of the claims, right? But yeah, it's gonna get more messy real fast. But you're right. Like that's the question. What third party would be good for who would be accepted by both sides? And yeah,
I hear
so many
everyone
problems,
wanting to point fingers one way or the other of who's bad. Look,
what Israel's doing isn't working. What Palestine doing isn't working. So I don't know what else. Right.
Like, I used to love the two-state solution. I thought that it was a great idea.
Sure.
Now, which version of it do you want to go by? Do you want to go by the 1948 version, which is probably the most amicable towards the Muslim view? Or do you want to go with probably least amicable to the Muslim view, and that would be like the 2019 version that Donald Trump put forward, which was basically the Gaza and West Bank existing as is with a tunnel in between. And I think that's horrible. I think the two-state solution is dead. I don't think there is any opportunity for it whatsoever anymore. I think
we say that now. I don't know.
Extremism that has ran amok, and you mentioned it earlier in a stream where you were talking about the indoctrination that happens at the earliest of ages. Like I think you're referring to the video of the kindergarten play where the kids were talking about how great it is to be a martyr, and they'd act out killing Jews and everything.
There's a few videos.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I made a pretty dark joke on Twitter about, and then the IDF took out a Hamas training camp, moments later.
That's gross, dude. Why are you doing this?
Gross.
You make it really hard to agree with you when you just make these gross jokes.
Well, I've got dark humor, man. It's the kids and stuff are the victims. They really are, because they don't have any choice in a lot of this. People claim, there's the claim that 40% of Gaza is under the age of 18, so they weren't even old enough to make decisions when Hamas was voted in 2006, and that's a valid concern. But we live under policies that were determined well before even we were conceived. So my question is, I don't really want to see Palestinians killed. I don't want to see Israelis killed. I do want to. I'm glad that we have seen swift retribution by Israel, but I'm afraid they're not going to turn the spigot off.
They aren't. We can, like, especially if Netanyahu's in charge. But Sparky, we do have a line.
I think.
Last thoughts.
Last thought is I don't want Americans on the ground, and we've already got that.
Okay.
The 23rd MEU showed up today in Tel Aviv.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
To the void. Man, what is going on? Let me collect my thoughts. Solutions. It feels at this moment, I don't know if there is one. People talk about, and I've had this conversation, right? Where people say we should stop funding Israel, right? We should cut off all American funding, American aid to Israel just completely, right? If they continue to do this, we'll just cut off the funding. That's retarded, and let me tell you why. It's a couple reasons, okay? One, if we cut off the funding, China's just going to be like, okay, fine, we'll fund you now. They will gladly and happily do that. And do we think that's a better or a worse situation for the people of Gaza, right? Or the Palestinians when China, right, with their Uyghur camps, is the one funding Israel? or hell, even Russia, right? Though Russia and Hamas are currently meeting today, so that might be a non-starter. But China is one that's absolutely would be willing to pump money into Israel, right? But let's say they aren't. Let's say they aren't. America cuts off funding. No one else is willing to foot the bill. Okay. What happens? Few options. In the immediate aftermath of that, right? The money for the Iron Dome, etc., it's not there anymore, so the Iron Dome becomes much more inefficient, and so those thousands and thousands of rockets start actually landing on Israeli civilian homes. The Israeli civilian casualty rate goes up astronomically. Hamas, again, Hezbollah, the money that is pumped into by Iran probably increases because Iran recognizes this is a moment, right? There's a hole in the wall, so to speak, and they're going to push their way through and wedge their way through. So Hamas and Hezbollah probably redouble, even triple their efforts in order to kill Israelis and civilians like that. And again, because they don't have the funding and they don't have as much equipment, a lot more get through. And we see a lot more attacks like October 7th. That's just the immediate aftermath of this, right? So Israel has some choices. They can either stop what they're doing and say, oh my God, please help us. We'll just stop. We'll do whatever we need to do that. That's a possibility. But what I think is probably a far more likely scenario is that what Netanyahu does, and let's remember who's in charge right now over there. Netanyahu, the Likud, and all those right-wing fasci types, they're like, well, now there is a real existential threat to us, so we are just going to wipe them off the map. And so they stop playing footsie with the idea of killing Palestinians, and they just go whole hog with it, right? Because they don't see any other option. And the Israeli people who are being killed en masse don't see any other option either, because who will help them? Who will save them? They don't want to die. And so, again, likely scenario is that this just leads to a river of blood for both Israel and Palestine when we cut off American funding there. That is the most likely scenario to happen. And yeah, again, we have to think more than we have to look past the nose of our face here. We have to look into the future and say, okay, based on the situation on the ground, based on the actors involved, based on what pieces are in play, what happens if this policy that we are advocating for goes through? Do you all disagree with me? Am I wrong? Where is the lie here? The 𝕵𝖧, the third. You know you can call in, right? You know you can call in and talk to me. It's open call-ins today. You know that's possible, right? It's much easier to deal with you face to face, so I can actually read if you're being serious or not. And we can actually have a conversation about this. I'd love to engage with you on this, but yeah. Portland is Burning says Israel is a fucking nuclear state. LOL. Cut off support. They'll nuke Iran and massacre the Palestinians. I don't know if they nuke Iran actually. I don't know if they'd even have to use nukes to do this. Right? They just do it. But it would transition to all out war real quick because again, without American support, they're surrounded by countries that want them dead. Now, to be clear. Saudi Arabia is looking towards Saudi Arabia condemned Hamas, gang. That's huge. That's huge. Okay? Hamas has lost, and Iran, to be clear, has lost a lot of support in the region. Yeah, there's a lot. So but Iran wouldn't be a pushover. I don't know who wins in that fight. Like take nuclear weapons off the table. Iran versus Israel without American funding. I don't actually know who wins there. To be clear, it would be a problem. But yes, Portland is burning. You are absolutely 100% correct. Without American funding, Israel would go into survival mode because it would be in a state of existential survival. And what we're seeing now would be a drop in the fucking bucket of the blood that would spill. So, yeah. Take a minute before you advocate for dumb shit. That's all I'm asking. A ceasefire could actually be good, right? There's a lot at play for a ceasefire right now. Advocating for a ceasefire is much different than advocating for defunding. And ceasefire is actually a pretty good thing. What's the Discord? Let me give you the link, okay? Give me a second. If only I had mods to do this for me, that would be great. But, you know, is what it is. Bring in the next caller while we're waiting here. I don't know who's next. Hi, you're next, I guess.
Hey, what's going on? I'm gonna get my camera on.
Oh, I cannot hear you. You need to take your volume and you need to turn it up.
Is that better?
Much.
All right, cool. Sorry.
Hi. Nice beard.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I try to be beautiful.
Let me turn you up on my end too. Give me a second.
There we go. Can you hear me better now?
Okay, go ahead.
Awesome. So I've got 3 topics that I want to talk about.
All
of them.
We'll do what we can. Okay.
All right. I want to talk about the U.S. because everybody's talking about the overseas situation. Nobody's talking about what's going on over here. The first item is current savings. I don't know if you've checked lately, but the average median American prior to 2020 couldn't afford $400. Now the average American doesn't have $100 in their savings account. And so taking that into consideration, given the fact that credit cards are starting to be maxed out, and then getting into our second component, which is the defaults in automotive loans are now at historical highs, 6.11% on payments, which doesn't sound like a lot. But given the fact that it's gone up 20% in less than 3 months, it's going up quickly. Sorry, I just saw chat. That was hilarious. Third concern would be with the college loans now being restarted as of this month / next month, depending on what your onboarding process is and your vendor. That's also going to put another significant damper on American household incomes and American household budgets. And when you take all 3 of those in consideration, on top of the mortgage defaults that are currently going through the bankruptcy process and the eviction processes that take anywhere between 6 and 18 months to complete, we're in an incredibly bad financial situation that's being completely, I don't want to say gaslit or abstracted because it's not necessarily a fair assessment by the media. It's just that there are other things that are drawing more clicks. Therefore, media companies driven by profits by clicks are focusing more on those topics, but they're ignoring a valid situation simultaneously. And I would love to hear your thoughts and the thoughts of chat on that. Given the fact if we can't afford our war at home, how are we going to afford 2 more wars overseas?
So there's a lot to unpack here. Now, the economic situation in America isn't good, gang, but it's not as dire as all that. We've been in worse situations before. It really depends how you look at it. And I know that's kind of a cop-out answer, but it's true. And to be clear, I am not an economic expert. I know much less about economics than I do about foreign policy or other things. So grain of salt, gang. But there are people who are much wiser and smarter than me who have looked at this and seen things. Now, I want to take this kind of one by one. We're talking about the media reporting, the media coverage, right? And the gaslit nature of these things. Like, there's every incentive in the world for the media to, depending on where their bread is buttered and what their viewership seems to want, to push a narrative that things are great or things are dire. I think that often we have to look through a variety of sources to get a good idea of where we are at financially. The zeitgeist is absolutely, as you say, most people in America, if you ask them about the economy, it ain't looking so hot. They're struggling. They're struggling to make ends meet. Absolutely. What do we do to fix that? When we look at the wars abroad, right, I would argue that we can't afford not to get involved in these things, because I said at the beginning of the stream, right, there are downstream. We are in a global economy. There are downstream effects that will affect you at home. We saw this with COVID. The COVID lockdowns in China led to huge logistical issues that have skyrocketed the price of many goods and services, and we're still dealing with the effects of that. The conflicts in both Ukraine and the Middle East threaten to also have similar effects that are disruptive to our markets at home. So it is in America's interest to get these problems to go away, right? To solve these conflicts. Russia is not our friend, it is our foe. And supplying Ukraine is much cheaper than dealing with the consequences of what it would look like if Russia won a Ukraine war, right? Any thoughts so far on what I've said?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and I totally disagree with sorry. Apologies. I'm so used to saying disagree. I actually agree with what you're saying so far. Very well informed man. I'm actually very impressed. Thank you for the good conversation so far. You're absolutely correct. The cost of goods in China has gone up significantly. Part of that is due to supply and demand, but a major component not seen by most is actually their minimum wage. Their minimum wage has gone up to over $8 an hour, which is why a lot of it's shifting out of China into India, back down to a $1, $2, and $3 per hour minimum wage standard. And so that's one of the major shifts that you're seeing right now on the global scale. But yeah, China's definitely a major threat factor, especially with their economy right now, for the real estate component and their bonds markets collapsing due to the
and not to be doomer on you, not to be doomer, not to throw more bad news at you, but there is a very real possibility in the next 5 to 10 years that China actually militarily makes a strike at Taiwan, and that that absolutely will involve us, because the first thing they do in that situation is bomb our bases in the region. That's their step one.
Well, a lot of people don't know this, but TSMC, the name of the company, for those who aren't aware, they're a major global semiconductor producer. They're actually one of the major providers of core components to a lot of our smart bomb technology. And what you may have heard in the news recently is the fact that we spun up a TSMC factory here in the U.S. and spent
the CHIPS Act.
billions of dollars. Yes, that's why we did that, was to remove that major threat to our technological dominance and military dominance. By removing Taiwan off the board entirely as a potential loss threat, that factory will take 5 years to build. And so in the interim, we have to maintain Taiwan until then. But 100% on point there, very important thing to point out. With regards to Russia, I absolutely agree. I've never seen quite a good investment as 3% of defense budget to annihilate a country. So far, it's probably been the single best investment we've ever made. We've lost very, very little human capital of any kind, including man hours, and about 3% of our annual defense budget in order to effectively turn.
My buddy, just real quick, you need to turn on your streamer mode because we're getting your notifications.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all good.
How do I do that? Setting streamer mode.
Yeah, it should be a setting in Discord. But all your DMs, people are DMing you. We're here to ding, 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 ding. That makes for a bad audio. So.
Sorry, apologies.
It's okay.
I've got brand new equipment, and the equipment that I got is like super high end, so it can hear everything from my headphones. You're hearing that in my mic from my headphones. Gotcha. It's wild. But again, apologies everybody. But yeah, so turning Russia's entire military into a parking lot and a G.I. Joe collection has been a fantastic investment in my personal opinion. Unfortunately, they've also done substantial collateral damage to Ukraine as a whole. I actively speak in Ukraine on a regular basis in Kyiv and Kharkiv, so it's very much so unfortunate because a lot of the friends that I have were living there at the time, and a lot of the major cities that produce a lot of their trade goods and a lot of their jobs have been annihilated. Mariupol is one such instance, and we're going to feel the effects of the annihilation of Mariupol. Because here in the States, we import a lot of our fertilizers, and a lot of those fertilizers were produced in the Ukraine, in Mariupol specifically, and are exported via the Black Sea, which is where they currently have a blockade. So that's going to be a very difficult thing for farmers here in the U.S., which is impacting our fertilizer costs, especially given that Canada turned into a bonfire. And a lot of our potash alternatives were turned into charcoal. So that's unfortunate too. But it's been an interesting situation so far. In regards to intervention with Ukraine and intervention with Palestine and Israel, I think that's a sensitive topic everybody can agree on. Me personally, my outstanding and historical stance has always been that I wish we could get to a point as a society where we stop killing people and wasting human capital, because I think
wasting human. That's a weird way to put it, sir. I'm not gonna lie. Wasting human capital. That's not the language I would go with.
Yeah. But it's such a waste, even whether it's from a corporate perspective or just human lives, more human.
No. Okay. I have to push back on this. No. Why are we using this corporistic lingo here? It's a tragedy. It's horrific. We could the human cost to this, the suffering, it is horrific. It is a horror. And like this whole, well, we're just going to lose some workers, gang, and that's going to hurt our bottom line. It's a way to look at it, I guess, but oh man.
Yeah. That's yeah, I kind of deserve that. Yeah, I didn't mean to say human capital. It's a term I'm stuck
Slipped
on.
out, little Freudian slip there, buddy.
Yeah. I'm a corporate overlord. But it's such a tragedy. My open hope is that we'll actually convert a lot of Palestinians into engineers, giving the demonstrations of what they've been able to do with very rudimentary technology and turning them into like advanced guided rockets and guided missile systems that are just effectively redneck engineered with minimal supplies. It demonstrates a clear ability to be incredibly efficient at a variety of highly in-demand jobs. And what I would like to see is a rebuilding of Palestine and Israel both, because there's been massive collateral damage across both sides.
Yeah, how do you do that though? And this is a serious question. Like at this point in time, with the situation on the ground now as it is, how do you fix this mess?
Well, I think we need to start with holding Iran to account for what they've done. Between the Taliban and Al-Qaeda smuggling $7 billion in U.S. equipment through Syria into Gaza for Hamas to leverage against the Israelis, and giving them the weapons that they need, and then leveraging as a recollateralized capital the $6 billion that we placed in the possession of Qatar, which they're leveraging as a holding account, and then they're repatriating other funds that they have locally to funding Hamas directly, as well as Hezbollah, with the support of the Russians to help split our load and our funding and available funds to fund multiple wars on two fronts here. I think if we held both Russia and Iran to account for what they've done, I think that would be a strong start. I think what we could also do is potentially provide more ground troops. We've already got the Marine Corps present in the area. We've got Special Forces operations also active in the region. I think if we restabilize the region and we rebuilt the Palestinian security forces to be able to push back with against Hamas, which historically, if you've looked into the relationship between the Palestinian security forces and Hamas since 2016, as far back as I've seen so far, and going back even further, I'm sure, to present, they've been incredibly hostile towards Hamas because they've been problematic for them, and they want Hamas gone. It's just a matter of how do we get rid of somebody that's being funded by a third-party country, which is Iran. And I think ultimately, if we just take the sanctions to North Korea levels and we just suffocate them to death financially, it's going to put an end to it, because they can either fund Hamas or they can fund themselves. And I would say we start by vaporizing their oil rigs, which is where the mass majority of Iran's funding comes from.
The problem here is that, like, what we don't want, and what I think everyone in the region, including the U.S., right, is trying to avoid, is escalation. The worst case scenario would be for this conflict that is going on between Gaza and Israel right now is to spill over to other nations, right? To Egypt, to Jordan, and to the other surrounding nations, right? That is a worst case scenario, because then it triggers kind of like a the old Franz Ferdinand type of deal where you have alliances being called in, much more things coming in to just it's a bad idea. So instead of dealing with Iran right now, what we need to focus on is the immediate problem at hand. Do we support what Iran, or not Iran, now you got me saying it. Do we support what Israel is doing to retaliate against the Hamas attack on October 7th? And in what ways do we support them? In what ways do we influence them? And that is the question at hand. It's a very complex and very hard to answer. It's not simple. And I don't pretend to know the final answer here, right?
Well, that's a great point, and that gets into a much more complex situation, which is Hamas has been leveraging Geneva-protected infrastructure for quite some time as primary operations centers and munitions caches and weapons depots because they're not legally allowed to be targeted unless you can prove that they're being leveraged for military purposes, and then that removes their Geneva protections. The issue with that is it's still bad for media regardless. And so, like, with the bombing of the first hospital when they hit it with a missile because Hamas was using it as an operating headquarters, no one is surprised by the fact that they blew it up. I mean, that was a given. It's their headquarters. It's target number one. You blow up their primary means of communications and their major weapons depots. Those are the first two main military targets for pretty much anyone. Your ability for command infrastructure and your ability to store weapons. Because that ends wars faster than anything else with minimal casualties. People don't like the idea that you blew up a hospital. Well, they shouldn't be using it as a headquarter. That's just a simple argument. And Hamas has been removed from it several times. They keep coming back. Administrators locally have been saying that they've had issues with Hamas. They told them to leave several times, not to kill any of the doctors. The Palestinian National Security Forces have removed them several times. And it's just a matter that Hamas is a plague to the Palestinians to begin with. And so
I'll agree with that. The Hamas is a plague to the Palestinians, 100%. But when it comes to like the bombing of hospitals, even if there is a munition cache or things like that, this is why I'm against the bombing campaign specifically, is because they need to go in to these locations, to the hospitals, to the schools, etc. They have to find another way. I don't know what that way is, right? But they need to go in. My instinct is on the ground, and that would be a nightmare, I understand, for their forces. But you can't just keep bombing civilians. You can't do it. Like, there will come a point where they would just they'll lose all their credibility, they'll lose all their support and their moral high ground, and it will just go away. It will vanish. It will evaporate. And after October 7th, there was so many options that they had, and they chose probably the worst one. But anyway, last words before I let you go. We got a bit of a line, so.
Oh, no, definitely appreciate your time. Definitely appreciate the conversation. Loved it. Would love to reach out to you privately and have more conversations and continue it on. Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, see you later. Bye-bye. Yeah, we can't excuse bombing civilians. There is no excuse for bombing civilians. It's a war crime. It's bad. It's wrong. Now, again, we need to kill Hamas. That needs to happen. But the how we do it absolutely matters, gang. It absolutely matters how we prosecute a war, right? War is immoral, maybe, but there are worse wars and there are better wars, right? There are more moral wars and there are less moral wars. And we want to be more moral as we possibly can when we execute these things. Again, I am not saying there's never an excuse to bomb a target, right, that has the civilians inside. The question is, if you knew there was an SS center operating in a school, and these SS members were currently gassing Jews, right, in that center, like, do you not bomb it if you can to stop that from happening? I don't know. I don't know the answer. But it's not easy, and it's not cavalier, and it should not be celebrated. And anyone who is going around celebrating the deaths, like someone mentioned earlier, that people in Israel, and I forget the name of the region, they set up chairs to watch the bombing of Gaza and to cheer it on. Disgusting. Disgusting. Disgusting, people. Do not do that. That's gross. We have to understand that this is a horror. These are not, no one should be cheering a side here. The loss of life on both sides is horrific. So something needs to be done. And again, it's so fucking complex. Every option has problems. There is no good option. There is none. There is no good option. There is no correct choice or righteous choice here. It's just a collection of fucking really terrible options here. So yeah. I don't know. Next person. You're live.
Hey. All right. So first off, Wick, how was Vegas?
I enjoyed it. It was a lot though. We got through it.
Yeah. Network with anybody while you were down there?
Did I what?
Any fellow? Did you meet up with any of your fellow?
Oh yeah, I hung out with Darius and Irrelevant. Tenflix came, my editor, right? Pep came by. I met up with Erudite and her crew. Yeah, a lot of people. Wicked Supreme,
right, cool.
met up with him. I talked to Destiny a little bit. I talked to Booksmarts a little bit. Cherry, I had a wonderful conversation. Yeah, so there it is. I'm still blocked by her, but it was a wonderful conversation.
Yeah, I was gonna say that whole thing that Cherry had a couple days ago. It's like, oof.
I didn't see it. I was blocked. So
yeah, to be fair, that's a good way not to see it. And then one more little thing before going into my main question / discussion. Second thought. Did you hear he got his stuff removed from Nebula?
I did, but I'm not sure the details around that. So
yeah, there's definitely nothing. Nebula hasn't said anything about it yet. Like, haven't made a statement. But I just noticed that 𝕵𝖎𝖙 video on it, and I'm like, wow, really? That happened? I mean, I'm not 4D platforming, but if Nebula if they decide to take it off, they decide to take it off. That's beyond the bridge. Well, I say I don't like deplatforming except for in certain circumstances. Like,
I don't like deplatforming, except is probably not a good.
It's not a good stance to take. But I like I said, only certain circumstances.
Fair.
Like Sniper Wolf. Have you kept up with the Jax film?
I know
stuff?
I know that she doxed someone. Took a picture in front of her house, and
so
yeah,
like
that's a problem. YouTube should do something about that. I don't know what they should do. I don't know
for you and anyone else doesn't know. Here's like the short little TLDR. So Sniper Wolf, big content creator on YouTube, does reaction videos where she just scrounges up a bunch of TikToks and barely reacts to them. Jax Films, another big, not as big, but big content creator. He's been on the site for years. He saw what Sniper Wolf was doing and said, that's not right. So he literally made a third channel to criticize Sniper Wolf, pointing out how formulaic, how like easy it is to like make a bingo card of her content. And so Sniper Wolf sees this, and while she was apparently 5 minutes away from his house while she was doing a photo shoot, she posted on her Instagram, hey, should I go to Jax's house? And her audience apparently said yes. And then next thing you see is a video of Jax's house saying, I'm here, let's talk like adults. It's like, and then Jax finds out about this through his stream, and that just leads to a whole mess of stuff. YouTube recently did do something. They temporarily disabled her monetization. That's it.
When you say temporarily, what are you talking?
They didn't specify how long. They just said temporarily. They didn't permanently remove her from the partner.
Like if it's like for a month, maybe, right? But if it's for like a day, then get fucked, right?
Well, the thing is that apparently the monetization was like someone had posted something, so I'm not taking it 100, but someone had posted something that only her newest video was demonetized. Everything before that was monetized. And apparently she's also just putting all of her stuff on a new channel that is monetized. So she's effectively circumventing the ban or the punishment. It's like, okay. But when YouTube had put out their tweet announcing it, they tried to both sides of the situation, because by saying, both sides should behave better and stuff, it's like, but at least in my opinion, Jack didn't do anything wrong. He was just creating.
As I understand it, and you know much more about the situation than I do, but as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that he basically put out a lot of hit pieces on it, right? Like basically that's his content. Is he puts out lots of hit pieces on
for this specific channel, it was like one part, hit like a hit piece / like mockery of her content, and then the other part was finding the people whom she stole from and giving them the proper exposure that they should have gotten. Because that's another thing. She didn't credit anybody she took her TikToks from. So like there was this one TikToker that she had found that she had used in her video, and Jack was able to find him and then like let him tell his side of the story and give him a proper bout of exposure. That way, he can get like the money he wants or whatever, the platform growth he needs. So like Jack has done infinitely more for the creator ecosystem than Sniper Wolf has, and yet YouTube is like, both sides need to be better. It's like, what do you want, YouTube? I mean,
don't dox people, kids. That's my take.
Don't
dox people. Don't do what Sniper Wolf did. I can't speak to the situation further than that because I've really not looked into it that much. It's just one of those things where YouTube makes terrible monetization decisions all the time. Its censorship is arbitrary in a lot of cases. That's what it feels like, at least. Yeah. It's still better than Twitch's moderation, but that's not a very high bar. So I agree with you that like, if what you're saying is accurate, and I want to be clear, if what you're saying is accurate, then yeah, both sides think that is bullshit. I'm allowed to make hit pieces on other creators as long as I don't dox them. I'm allowed to make I'm allowed to have my whole channel be I hate Parallax. And all I talk about is how Parallax is dumb. And that could be all my content, right? I'm allowed to do that. It's weird. It's gross a little bit, but it's not something that should be demonetized. I don't know. But
yeah, I didn't know if you. I know it was happening around the time you probably were at TwitchCon, or it might have been off your radar.
I think it happened before that. It's one of those things. Like, you'll find that my content, I don't usually care what other streamers are doing. Like, I usually, unless it affects me directly, I mean, I don't give a shit, right? Like, go have your dramas. They're all kind of dumb.
Oh, sorry, I saw Parallax jumping backstage.
Yeah, I see him. We'll get to him soon. But for now, buddy, anything else before I let you go?
No, I think that's about it. Have a good rest of your call-in show.
Hey, you too. Gang, speaking of having a good rest of the call-in show, do you like this content? Are you enjoying having me back? Reward me. Give me some subs. Throw some super chats into the chat. Talk to me with bits and things like that. Yeah, more money would be great. We could really use the extra funds to fill my coffers. I really appreciate those of you who've donated so far. But yeah, more gift subs. We've gotten really low on the gift subs on Twitch, so we need more of those. So if you got $25 in your pocket and you want to blow it on that, just throw some love my way. I could really use it. I have lost, unfortunately, some donors because of the Israeli-Palestine takes that I've had, which fair play, but this is what I think. And thank you, Wickedtron, for the Prime sub. Really appreciate you. But yeah, I've lost money because I've taken the stances I've had. Does that mean I'll change my stance? Fuck no, right? Like, you can't bully me into the truth is the truth. At the end of the day, the truth is the truth, and I would like to have money. But I want to also be able to be okay with myself when I'm by myself. And if I were lying to you, or if I changed my stances because it wasn't profitable and things like that, I wouldn't be able to be okay with myself when I was by myself. But if you do appreciate my takes and my stances, please, I am asking for a little more of your donations. Really appreciate that. Let's bring on the next caller. What up?
Hello.
Hi.
I just got called a socialist by Aircraft Sparking, and I'm a little heated.
Well, he says a lot of things. You got to ignore that guy.
Fair. How are you doing, Wick?
I've been better. I've been worse. How are you, sir?
I'm okay. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Okay, what do you got for me? You were asking how to get in here. I'll call in. I'm eager to see what you want to talk about.
All right. Do you want to do heavy stuff or do you want to do light stuff?
Fuck, give me the heavy. Let's bring it on.
All right.
Let's get into it.
Fine. Where is the line for Hamas's human shields? Where is that line for is this justified? Is there like a way to be able to say it is Hamas's fault that these civilians are dying, but Israel needs to stop feeding Hamas these people to kill?
So, if you are an Israeli fighter jet, right, and you have some targets, or the planner, whoever's making the target list.
All right.
If the location is currently being used to attack you directly, so it's a house, a school, a hospital, a university, that they are actively firing rockets out of.
Yes.
Actively, like, in the very moment, firing rockets out of, I think that's a fair target, even if there are civilians in there. It's shitty.
That is a strong, and I agree, but
It's a shitty thing, but
yeah,
you can't just let them shoot at you and do nothing. Now, I would try to limit the target, right? I would try my very, very best to micro target, right? In America, it has bombs we could put through a window, right? Like, we have very accurate targeting. I don't know what Israeli munitions are like, to be clear, but I know American, we could drop artillery on a dime, right? Literally. Yeah. So you seek to minimize casualties as much as you can, but again, if they're actively firing. Now, I don't think it's okay if they're just storing munitions in there. I don't think it's okay if they're just using it as a base of operations to plan from. I think then
that's something Israel might disagree with. That's interesting.
They might, but I don't care what they. This is my stance, right?
Yeah.
This is my take. So yeah, I think that
no munitions, but active sites of
active sites that they're currently firing rockets at you from. I think is fair game.
So now, is there a limit on civilians with that? So, like, if there's just one rocket battery, but there's
I don't know the line here.
civilians.
Obviously, there is. Obviously, if they have like 1,000 children and it's a nursery, right? Okay.
Okay.
You know, and there's one rocket guy. I don't know the exact ratio here. I can't give you a number.
Okay.
But there is a point where I think that, like, if someone's shooting at you, you have to be able to stop them from shooting at you.
No, 100%. Yeah. It's a hard stance to say out loud, but it is like the only position to truly have, because even like and it's hard because it's the fog of war right now, and this is like super tough because we just kind of have to trust Israel, because we can't like have they can't be telling us all this information, but it would be nice and it would be like really useful so that everyone is like on the same page of like, we're not actively really like making sure that these are like active war sites. But like, when it's active war, you can't be just sharing kind of that information ever, really.
Not in the moment, at least.
Yeah.
I think that if we have attachés on the ground, that is something that could be done, right? Like, if we wanted to, we could be more actively involved in this. And I think that there is an argument to be made. I don't know if I agree with it entirely, but there is an argument to be made that we should. So we would see attachés, we would send our officers, our experts, and basically we would be eyes in the room to kind of keep them honest. Like, so whatever place that they are making these decisions from, because we fund them so much, we should say, okay, hey, we recognize that this is a situation. If I may finish, we recognize this is a situation going on and that you're going to need to target some of these places, but we want to make sure this is all above board, and so we're going to have an extra pair of eyes in the room when you make these decisions, and we're going to have access to this intel in real time. We're not going to share it, but these were the people we trust and empower with the ability to kind of be able to police it, for lack of a better term. That might be something we should look into. Again, I don't know how much I agree with that, but it is an argument that resonates at least somewhat with me. But go on.
No, I think that's very fair. I think, but I honestly am now. I'm curious now thinking about it. I wonder if that's already happening, but I don't know. Like that, I like because of how like all our what are they, the five eyes, whatever they're called,
The Seven
the,
Eyes,
the seven eyes.
Australia, and there's a few of them. But
Yeah.
I don't know what would have to happen, because SIGINT, like, to send this over the wire or something is a no-go, right?
Obviously,
you'd have to have people in the room.
100%.
Five Eyes, is it Five Eyes? Why does maybe numbers hard, right? But yeah, there needs to be a person in the room, right, that has been entrusted and empowered with acting on behalf of the United States to just make sure things are above board. That's how I would do it personally. But yeah,
It's a hard one, because the obvious pushback would be like, you're adding more bureaucracy, so that's more time lost and more civilians that could be, or whatever. Like, and so like,
I understand, but if we do
yeah,
it right, and Lord knows if we would or not, right? But if we do it right, the effects on response time towards attacks would be minimal, because
yeah,
we would be in the room, we would see it live happening, and we'd be like, boom, boom, boom. And again, it would depend on how much they were willing to, the Israeli government and the Israeli military would be willing to integrate our attaches and observers into their decision-making process.
I feel like if, oh, sorry.
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
I feel like if the like hospital explosion turned out to be IDF, I feel like conversations like that would be happening a lot more. Where they'd be like, what it like, how what are like, how do we, like, the international community would be coming together and being like, we need to make sure everything is like, but since it seems the hospital explosion is kind of teetering more so on Hamas's side, people are kind of, it feels like the international community is giving a lot of leeway to Israel.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Is that good, in your opinion?
Is that good? I think with how it's super hard. It's super hard for me to be super sympathetic to Hamas because of how blatant their calls and their acts of making sure the most amount of civilians die. Like, it's super hard. It's super hard for me to be like, because the way Hamas is messaging it makes it impossible for us to distinguish a civilian that has not been forced at a location. Like, we can't distinguish between the two, so we have to assume Hamas is doing it. I think that's logically how it works. I legit, like, I'm trying to figure out a way to get around that, but like, I don't know how to. Yeah, I think it's fine with that. Those blatant, like, barbaric like acts.
Do you know, and because I can't find it, but it's possible my Google Foo's weak, or I just am looking in the wrong places. But do we have a casualty number that is not from the Ministry of Health in Gaza or Palestine?
I don't think anything is official because people are not allowed in Gaza.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, the only official numbers we have, quote unquote, are those from the Ministry of Health in Palestine, which is a Hamas. And I want to be clear to my audience, that is a Hamas-run organization, right?
They have not had elections since 2007.
Yeah, that is a Hamas-run. The person in charge of it was appointed directly by Hamas. That said, I think it's gauche and gross to quibble over numbers like, oh, how many? Is it really 6,000? That's stupid. It doesn't matter. The fact that even one civilian died is a tragedy and a horror and something we should need to be taken seriously. But yeah, I wouldn't trust those numbers. Like, they're fucking they're from Hamas. I want to see them independently verified. But it shouldn't be the focus, right?
Yeah, no, it sucks because it looks like we're like almost like doing the Holocaust denial, but we're like clearly like we're like in the middle of the thing, and people are acting like we have all the information.
I'm okay with running with the numbers that they give us. Yeah, it's fine.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, because it's just like we're in the middle of it, I think people are thinking we're like, we have all the information, we have the history books to like look back on this, and we like, yeah, it's just it feels bad, man.
It is bad. It is bad because again, like one of the worst parts of all this is how people are treating this as a sports ball, right? As a football to throw back and forth, to score touchdowns and points and dunks on each other. That this is like a political game that's being played here in America, where we're using this tragedy to score political points and to virtue signal to our various crowds. And we are doing so in the grossest manners possible.
I think it's like it stems from the whole just people not able to separate themselves from the process instead of the outcome. Like it becomes just cancer because you can't tie yourself to processes. You can't.
I don't know. I think process is important though. Like you can't ignore process either. This is what makes it hard, right? We have to like results are fine and dandy, but process is power. And the process of how we come to the conclusions we do and how we reach the results we do, right? If we can understand and manipulate that, we can hopefully reach better results and more active results of what we want. So I think process absolutely matters. And the process of how people engage with and deal with the information that's been coming out of Israel and Palestine has been interesting to watch.
Fair. No,
anyway.
I agree. Yeah. I was just going to say, I think I'm using process a little differently. I'm stating process is in like a policy position, saying like, I don't want homelessness in my town. And instead of being like, what's the best avenue to reduce homelessness in my town? I will just be pushing and pushing and pushing for rent control. And that is the only thing that I like, because I feel that rent control will be reducing homelessness. So I don't care if it is not the best way to go about it.
The hobby horse, it's your issue, right? Sure.
Exactly. Yeah.
Anyway, dude, last words before I let you go.
Have a good one.
Hey, thanks for calling in.
Adios.
To the void. Mantis says, Wick, you kind of virtue signal too. Like, kill Hamas, go in there and eliminate them is an obvious thing to say. But then there are consequences and steps that will follow that I have a feeling people who say that will have a problem with. Is that a virtue signal? Serious question. I really believe it. Hamas needs to die. We need to kill Hamas. Is that virtue signaling? I don't know. Do I have a problem with how the IDF currently is going about doing it? Yes, absolutely. But I would have a bigger problem if they did nothing. Does that make sense? Like if they just let it happen and there was no response, I don't see a world where anything good can come from that. And so while I am not happy with their response by any means, I think it's overblown. I wouldn't want no response at all. So there is some level of military response that I would think is perfectly justified in this situation. The IDF is currently exceeding that, as far as I understand. And again, we got to remember there's a fog of war going on. But from what I can tell, they are exceeding it. What I would be comfortable with, what I think is moral. It is if you don't see or address the consequences after that. How have I not seen or addressed them? Like, I've talked about how this will be rivers. Like, even when the attack first happened, one of the things I was very mad at is because we all knew what Netanyahu's response was going to be and how it was going to be disproportional, how it was going to be horrific kind of response. We knew this was coming, right? And that made what Hamas did all the worse. Yeah, it's I don't know, like, there are going to be consequences. There, like I said, I keep saying this, there are no good choices left to us. There are no good choices. There is nothing that will be just a win for any side in this. There are going to be horrific consequences, no matter what we decide. I talked a little bit about this when it came to the people saying and advocating for defunding Israel. And we walked step by step through what the likely scenarios that would take place if we did that. It was a horror, right? It was horrific. Yeah. Randomino says, why exactly does there need to be a response that seems different from having a strategy? Well, your responses should, ideally, be dictated by your strategy. There is still a response, but it is, again, keeping in line with whatever your strategy happens to be. It's like an if-then statement. If the enemy does this, then we do this, right? And we take into the context the facts on the ground, the situation in the area and the region. It's very complex, and people get paid a lot of money and spend a lot of years studying how to do this. I do not pretend to be a general or an expert, but that's how it generally works. Mantis says, it's going to mean reoccupation, installment of a leader, Israeli shell, most likely, and then a slow withdrawal over time with the hopes that they are happier. But that's not super democratic, right? Of course it's not. It is horrific, right? Now, that said, that is one possibility, yeah, but there are worse possibilities that might come to play that we have to take into consideration here. There is a very possibility that Netanyahu doesn't stop with an occupation, right? And just continues to go house to house, door to door for a long time. And continues this indiscriminate bombing. That is a very possibility. We kind of are in wait and see mode in a lot of ways of what is happening here. But yeah. I don't know. It's just and this may be a little too on the nose, but it's a terrible situation. Mantis says, yes, there are worse, but that's how it's been achieved everywhere else, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, honestly, that's probably the move, is reoccupation. Not going to be good. We'll see. Next caller. Hello.
Well, hello there, good sir.
You're live.
How are you?
I've been better. I've been worse. How are you, sir?
You know what? I think that's a fair assessment. I'm probably in the same place. Tell me a little about Vegas. I'm a little tired tonight, so I don't want to fight too much. How's Vegas?
I liked Vegas. Lawson Harrison, just real quick. Lawson Harrison from $20. YouTube wouldn't let me say I was going to go in super chat, so here you go, buddy. Well, what were you going to say in super chat now? You can DM it to me. Maybe. If it's toss, I don't know if I'll read it, but you can DM it to me if you want to say. Thank you for the $20. I really appreciate the money. Back to you. How was Vegas? I enjoyed myself. I had fun. I got a lot of good food. I met a lot of good people. I hung out with Tenflix, right? That was really nice to meet him. And we had some fun times together, I think. We broke bread. We're official now. Okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
What was the most surprising thing to you in terms of people you met who surprised you the most? Who was the most different from how you thought they'd be?
Cherry.
Who?
Cherry.
Yeah. Okay. So she was nice?
We had a great conversation. Yes. No, it was very pleasant, very personable. I think that there's some things that get lost in translation over screen-to-screen contact or text-to-text contact.
Sure.
And so, yeah, mea culpa, I misjudged. And I think we just didn't mesh online, but offline we had a wonderful conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's interesting too. I feel like, first of all, I think that when you remove the kind of the barriers, the microphone, the monitor, the cameras, I think when you're right in front of someone, it's a lot harder to maintain that kind of bravado and energy, and it's a lot harder to dehumanize the person when they're right in front of you, right? So now you're dealing with the most human version of a person you can when you're sitting in front of them.
I agree. Doesn't stop some people, but yeah.
Sure. All right. Well, all right. I'll wrap this up. This was a quick call in just because you said my name first of all,
I saw you in chat,
Yes.
and I was like, "Oh, I'm going to
No,
use you
no.
as an
It's
example."
totally cool. I want you to know that of sound mind, this is me of sound mind telling you if I ever reach a state where I am not of sound mind and I reach Lalcow territory, you specifically have my sound mind consent to milk the fuck out of it and make as much money as you can.
I wouldn't do that. I don't. Oh well, not unless you're a
Sound
bad
mind-
actor. I might milk you a
Me of
little bit.
sound
but-
mind is consenting. That being said, chat, donate to this man. And for one final question, if there's a sack of 8 oranges and you take 2, how many oranges do you have?
You have 2 oranges.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yes.
You took
Have a
2.
good night.
Good night.
Attaboy.
Bye.
Attaboy.
Do you think he's going to get me? Like, you think he's going to trick me with that question? What's going on? Yeah, Lawson, I can't say that on YouTube, but thank you for the DM, and thank you for the money. I really appreciate it. More is good. We are reaching the end of the month, and I have to pay my editor, and my editor has needs, okay? A lot of needs. So YouTube money is the way right now. Just throw a couple more bucks at me. $50 here, $20 there. It all even $5, right? Won't go to waste. So yeah. Absolutely. We have one more caller, I believe. Let's bring him on. Hello. You are live.
Hey.
Hi.
Oh, did you do any gambling?
I did. I helped Darius gamble. We won like $700. But
what did you play?
I didn't win it, to be clear. But he did buy me dinner. And the dinner was super expensive. So yeah, it's fair play, right?
What did you play?
Hold'em.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
How about yourself?
I feel you, brother.
I don't even know where to begin sometimes, but so are you against a ceasefire?
No. It's a hard, I don't know. That's the answer. My gut, my instinct is yes, ceasefire. I want the killing to stop. That's just my initial knee-jerk response. I want the killing to stop.
Don't we want that humanitarian corridor?
I'm telling you why. I'm agreeing with you. Yes, I want this, right? I want this to happen. But then there are concerns with the ceasefire that I would be remiss if I didn't actually take into account. It rearms, refuels Hamas, allows them to escape, allows them to just renew attacks. Would they honor it? I'm not sure. There are a lot of problems here. That said, my instinct, my gut, what I want, my ideal is yes, a ceasefire.
I feel like this is the moment to be advocating for that. I really do.
Yes.
If they can't even get that humanitarian corridor going, I mean, it's already going to be tent city across Egypt.
I'm not disagreeing.
And they don't even want them. That's the frustrating part.
You're good. Yeah. What's the problem?
Yeah, well, what's the problem with having that set up in the first place before they go in?
Oh,
you can
like
see
I
where
said,
that might feed into another narrative,
the IDF
right?
has handled this, and that is one of them. Yes, they should have established some safe zones, right, and kept to them. And this should have been again, the evacuation should still be ongoing. They shouldn't be doing all their shit right now. They should be getting as many civilians out as possible, vetting those civilians. To be clear, we don't want Hamas just breaking through the gate again. But yeah, no, if I was in charge of Israel, things would be going much differently right now. But I'm not. So, unfortunate as it is, Netanyahu's in charge. And
Right.
we work with reality how it is. And so the question is, right, what do we do to influence him to make better choices than he is? And how do we do that? How do we put pressure? How do we put... how do we nudge him to make better choices than he is doing right now? We talked about this earlier. I don't think defunding's the way. I think that's not an option at the moment.
It wouldn't make sense right now in the middle of war.
Yeah.
For sure, but they do have their own MICs. They can sustain themselves.
for a time. But part of the reason that the Israeli military force is as strong as it is because it is funded by American tax dollars, right? You know this,
True.
right?
It's true.
And there will come a point, like the Iron Dome, for example. The reason that the numbers are so skewed between Israel and Palestine is because of the Iron Dome. If the Iron Dome did not exist, and before the Iron Dome existed, it was a lot worse for Israel in terms of numbers of civilian casualties. It was still lopsided, to be clear, right? But the Iron Dome, if it did not exist, those rockets would be doing much more damage than they are. But it's a good thing it exists, in my opinion. I think the Iron Dome.
I'm not against Iron Dome. I'm not going to defend suicide bombing. That sounds crazy.
It is crazy, but there are a lot of people who do. Like, you say that's crazy, but there's more than one or two who are like, no, we shouldn't tell the oppressor the oppressed how to fight against the oppressor, whatever, by any means necessary, right? They say that for a ton of reasons.
Are you sure these aren't MLs?
I mean, a lot of them are, but not all of them.
I would imagine they are. I hope.
But we can't act as like. So we can't act as if they're just some kind of fringe, because I think this is a much more widespread belief and view, and we've seen this in the last 2 weeks or so, than I thought, right? I would, like, if you had asked me on October 6th, right, I would have given you, like, man, maybe one or two, maybe 𝕵𝖎𝖎, maybe a couple others, right, are stupid like that. But nah. For the most part, nah.
Oh, I had a really good side question involving some of the panels you did too. I don't know his name. I think his name was Omar. Are you inviting him back on?
He's actually coming on tomorrow.
Okay, that'll be interesting.
He has very strict instructions, and like I did last time, if he breaks toss, I will kick him. I have no problem doing that.
Yeah.
But yeah. He's coming to talk about feminism tomorrow, so hold on to your butts, kids.
I'm sure that'll be great. How much do we put into the calculus of Iran? Like, do you think they're really important, even when we consider the notion of like pan-Arab nationalism at play? Like, they seem to be a community in of themselves.
These are two separate questions. Like, how much do we put into the calculus out of Iran and what Iran is doing? Iran is, I think, one of the most powerful players in that region, and they have their fingers in a lot of pies and have for very many years. They fund Hamas, they fund Hezbollah, they fund the PIJ. There's a lot of places where they send money, okay? And not only that, but they have policies in place. We saw the protests. Do you remember the protests maybe last year, maybe the year before, with the morality police they had that would victimize, and they ended up killing a young lady for not wearing the hijab properly.
I think I read about that vaguely, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of, you know what they did with their protesters? They've rounded them up, killed a few. Most of them were in prison. I don't know if they're still in prison or not today, but it was a kind of like the suppression that they placed on their own people was horrific. So when I say Iran, I'm specifically referring to the government of Iran, not the people of Iran. These are different groups. I want to make that clear. But the government that is currently in power, the regime in power in Iran, absolutely plays a heavy role in the goings on in the Middle East, especially when it comes to Israel and Palestine. They are not just bit players, they are major players, and it has to be taken into account their influence and how they are directing things in the region. Yes. Pan-Arab nationalism,
yes,
that is a thing that much like Russian nationalism, I think, led to the lead up to the Ukraine stuff, right? One of the reasons that Putin wants Ukraine is because he's a believer in the Russian Empire, basically Russian supremacy, right? He takes his talking points from a lot of influencers and things like that that are in that school of thought. I think pan-Arab nationalism is also a thing. I don't pretend to know if it's on its wax or its wane. So I'm not going to bullshit you on that. but it is something that bears looking into. I will say that.
Well,
I cannot tell you how
honestly
much
factor that
influence
in.
is placed on that. Right?
I factor it in the sense that Iran isn't necessarily interested in an alliance with Russia or anything like that. Like, to me, it looks like a lot of them actually want to reconstitute something akin to the old Ottoman Empire.
A little bit, right?
Yeah. So, like, when I asked this question toward you, I'm also curious, like, do you think it matters if, like, Palestine is, like, armed by Iran or anything? Like, does it really matter in the end?
It absolutely matters, and I'll tell you why. Is because Iran wants Israel gone, right? So one of the things that had been happening is Israel was actually normalizing relations with its surrounding neighbors, Saudi Arabia in particular. There was a normalizing of relationships that was continuing and going on.
It was a peace treaty.
Yes. But more importantly, almost, is the fact that they were willing to condemn Hamas, Saudi Arabia to be clear, and in that. So Iran does not want that to happen, right? Iran does not want that. And so there is some hypothesis that they push for the October 7th attacks. I don't know how much credence I give that, right? We don't have enough information to say either way, whether they were specifically involved in the October 7th thing. But it is something worth taking into account. So is it important that Hamas is funded and run by Israel, or not Israel, Iran? Absolutely, because it goes to show that you cannot solve this problem by simply improving the material conditions of Gaza, because that's not the only thing at play. That's not the only variable that has led to encounter. It can lessen its effects, no doubt, but it will not stop it. And Hamas and Iran, through Hamas, has every incentive in the world to keep the Palestinians in a state of misery, to steal any aid that is sent to the Palestinian people, and to misappropriate it to keep the Palestinians in a state of desperation so that they can continue to have control over them. There is every incentive in the world for them to do that. So yeah, it fucking matters.
I think it's entirely possible they could seek arms elsewhere. That's good to know, though. I don't know. I was looking forward to a more lighthearted conversation on the topic with Eris, because I know she actually did try to educate people on that whole pan-Arab nationalism.
Aristocracy, to be clear?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd love to have her on. I haven't pushed for it, though, because understandably, these events have shaken her, and
it's space and time.
Yeah, I don't want to push, but if she wanted to come on and talk to me, I'd love to have her, and we can have a conversation about it, because I think that she's been treated very unfairly by a lot of people. She's been made into a target, and I think it's kind of gross what they've done to her, and how they've misconstrued, mischaracterized her, how they have turned her into a kind of a punching bag, because she expresses entirely reasonable concerns about, hey, I am scared of the world I live in now. As a Jewish person of Jewish descent, as a Jew, she is understandably frightened about the massive spike in hate crimes against Jewish people, the massive spike in just out and out anti-Semitism that is taking place and being normalized and being run cover for by people who should be her allies, to be clear. And it's just, I feel for her. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's kind of disgusting what people have done. Anyway,
it was good having us talk.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming.
Yeah, have a great day.
Void goes to the void. Fair enough. Yeah, like we've really gone mask off with a lot of people, right? A lot of people have showed their true colors. And I want to be clear, it's on both sides of the aisle here, so to speak. Even though this issue has cut through party lines in a weird way, in a very zigzag way. and it's odd. There has been a lot of latent Islamophobia that has come to the fore from this too. A lot of people saying we should just glass them all, and, oh, they're animals, etc. That's gross and disgusting. But there also is a lot of anti-Semitism that has come to the fore too. That, again, had you asked me on October 6th, if you had asked me on October 6th if this is what would happen, if this would be the response to a vicious terrorist attack on Israeli civilians, if you had asked me on October 6th if some group had killed and murdered 1,400 Jewish men, women, and children in Israel, that this is how the left would respond, I would have laughed in your face. I would have called you a liar. I would say, no, you're lying. No, that's not true at all. I would have called you a liar. I would have been dead fucking wrong. But yeah, I could not imagine, right, that would be the response. And yet, here we are. And it's not just the algorithm. It's not just the algorithm, Rastafarian. That is at play too. But I'm looking at the things that people are doing, not online, but on the streets. Right? On the streets. Out in the fucking streets of New York. The New York Police Department told Jews to stay home. That they were unsafe in the streets. Okay? Due to the Flood Brooklyn event, right? And first of all, phrasing, gang, naming your event or alluding to your event being after the Al-Aqsir, the flood, right? The storm, right? To kind of to name your event after that is a little sus. But let's give them the benefit of the doubt that they didn't mean anything about it. But even then, the New York Police Department going around and saying, we can't protect you. That feels disturbingly wrong. That we are not able to protect our citizens in our own goddamn country. That we would tell a minority, like, it would be as if after the George Floyd riots, right? After the George Floyd killing, the murder of George Floyd by that police officer, after that, a bunch of people rose up into the streets and cheered the police, right? Cheered, I forget his even fucking name, the guy that killed George Floyd, and been cheering his name, and the cops had said, black people, just stay home, you're not safe. That's what it would have been like. Can you imagine? Could you imagine the response to that from the left? I can very easily imagine it. It would have been crazy. People would have been up in arms, right? Kind of righteously so, right? I wouldn't be able to blame them. But I don't know, right? What do we do about this? It's a problem. When the New York Police Department is telling Jews to stay home, they are not safe in the streets anymore. That's a problem. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do. Don't Smile Dean for 300 bits. Appreciate your voice, Wick, and your heart. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the donation. Nair Socks says, I hate you. Well, I love you, Nair Socks, so I will counter your hate with my love. We'll see you go. Why are they not safe? Ask questions. Well, they aren't safe because there is a very real threat of violence being done against Jewish people. Hate crimes have risen, I think, by 10,000% in some areas towards Jewish people. We have tensions are like a guitar string, a wire, razor taut, okay? And any more tension seems like it will snap and break it. And that's where we are at. I was talking to Landline and YouTube, not you, Wick. Okay, fair enough. Well, I know you could never hate me, and I was saddened that you would express hatred towards me. I don't think. Landline says we need more love and understanding. Let's sit in a circle together and jerk each other off. Okay, I mean that's not my move, right? If you do you, buddy. You do you. But we unironically do need more love and understanding in the world. I know that's a soy thing to say, but yes, we need more love and understanding in the world. We need to be able to humanize rather than dehumanize each other. But we are not. Tell the truth, you get sick less? Maybe. I don't know if that's how that works. But tell the truth and your conscience will be clearer and you'll sleep better. Absolutely, I'll agree with that. Tell the truth and you'll sleep better. 100%. Stress kills. It does. Stress is the silent killer. No more jerking off, cognitive dissonance says. I don't know, maybe. There's some people I was arguing with on Twitter. I'm giving them a little more time before I end this to show up because they were talking a big game, right? They had a lot to say about how I was ignorant, and I would love for them to come on and talk to me about it. They were on my feed, right? Yelling at me. And I told them, yeah, I have a show today at 6 p.m. They're welcome to come on and challenge me on this and take me to task, and we can have a discussion. But I don't think any of them have shown up. We'll give them another 5 minutes. That's plenty of time, right? I think we're even overtime than I normally do right now. So, we'll see. Did anyone talk about old Max and his depatronizing? No, I don't care about Mr. Girl. To be clear. I don't know what to tell you. I have no interest in talking about him. Wick isn't ignorant. He's just a centrist. Am I a centrist, though? Bonjour, les Americans. Well, hello, Yehonatan Ben David. Hello. Mr. Redacted. Yeah, Mr. Redacted. Oh. Damn. Wick is Wick. It's true. Truer words never spoken. Let's see. Maybe I can DM him. Doop, doop, doop. Oh! I want to make this clear, gang. There's been some people who've been coming to me. Weaponized Discourse. I love her, but she's not my editor anymore. She's not a mod in my community. She's just a normie. She's just a normal Wicker now. I don't have a business relationship with her anymore. So I don't know what to tell you. If you're coming to me with stuff for Weaponized Discourse, DM her yourself. I can't help you. Like I'm not a go-between. I'm not a middleman unless you pay me. If you pay me, I'll do it, right? But yeah. Do you support Connor's telling of the President Sunday on the panel? Telling off of President Sunday on the panel? Yeah. Connor told it like it was. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what. Yeah, like at a certain point, you just come in and if you lie, look. If you lie so often, if I can't trust what you're going to, if I can't trust you're going to behave, I can't have you on my show. And what I mean by behave, what do I mean by that? Like take it serious. Like you're not going to dip 20 minutes into the conversation. I need you here, right? Like if you have an emergency come up, that's one thing. But if you're just gonna dip on my content, I don't know what to tell you, right? Like what do you think about Anne Frank? Oh! Thank you for reminding me. And this is a weird reminder, I know. Give me a second. Give me a second because there was a report today that I hope, and I'm being legit with you. I honestly hope is misinformation. I don't know the veracity of this report. I cannot vouch for it, but it was so out of this world that I had to comment on it, right? Let me see if I can bring this up and show you. Give me a second, gang. This is worth waiting for a moment, gang, okay? So this is worth talking about. Okay, let me see if I can't bring this up here. I'll go in, find it. Let's see if I can. Okay, here we are. Here we are. Let me get it a little better so you can see it a little better. Hope you can read this with me. And this is about the incident with this is about the incident where it was reported at Cooper, I think yeah, Cooper Union University school. There was a pro-Palestinian protest that happened. And there's mixed reports. So again, I'm not verifying this information. I want to be really clear. I cannot verify this information. But there were reports, and there was video, and it did happen, that a group of pro-Palestinian protesters were knocking on the library door, of the school library door, banging on the door, shouting, "Free Palestine," and Jewish students had locked themselves in. They had locked the door. They had locked themselves in because they were afraid of what was happening. They felt fear for their safety. So yeah. So this is a tweet by one of the people who was on the scene and interviewing with some key eyewitnesses. Okay, let's go through this because I think it bears going through. Again, don't know how true this is. If this could all be made up. And I really, really hope that it was all made up. I am hoping that this was all a lie. Because if it's not, then we got bigger problems than I imagined. This is what he says. A couple key highlights from my interview with a major eyewitness and student at this incident. Cooper Union Dean said before the protest that he could not stop it because it was not slated to enter school property, which it obviously did. That's fair enough. New York Police Department was called as soon as the protesters stormed the main Cooper Union building, but did nothing. I have no problem with that. This next part I have a problem with. Librarians bolted the doors and approached the identifiable Jewish students and told them they could hide in the attic if they wanted to. What? Nah, I don't believe it. No, this has to be false. This has to be a lie. No, that's way too on the nose. That's way too on the nose. Nope, I X to doubt here, gang. X to doubt. That cannot be true. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe that's true. I refuse. Oh, let me get off this. Oh, no, I don't want you to see my secrets, right? Okay. Yeah, no. I'm really hoping someone debunks this, gang, really quickly. That's crazy. That's crazy. I really do hope that they debunk this quickly. The Big Nick, what's your problem here? Why are you mad at aristocracy? No, for real. Like, you keep calling out poor aristocracy, and I get the impression that you're being sarcastic with this. I'm gonna be real with you. I have issues with you if you're doing that. We have beef, you and I, if you're doing that. I think it's very reasonable and rational for someone of Jewish descent, just after we had the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust, to be concerned about their safety, especially when we have a massive increase in anti-Semitism. I think it's very okay for aristocracy to feel real fear and to express her feelings on the matter in a public manner. I don't know what to tell you, right? Like, I don't know why that's out of pocket and why we should be giving her shit for this. Can someone, like, steelman this for me, gang? Someone explain to me why it's okay to give aristocracy shit for just being scared. Like, I don't get it. yes, so far she hasn't lied, Big Nick. I haven't seen a lie leave her lips. She said, hey, these people are doing this, and it makes me scared. A lot of people say, no, they're not actually doing this. This isn't verifiable, etc., etc., etc. But lo and behold, it becomes verified, right? So she's not lying. I haven't seen her lie about it. If you could point me to a lie, by all means. She is telling the truth. Are Jews doing... What are... Big Nick, stop. What are they doing? Something that we're not allowed to talk about? What do you... Who's stopping you from talking about this? Who's stopping you from talking about what the Jews are doing both in Israel and abroad? I'm not stopping you. I'm not stopping you. I haven't timed you out. I haven't blocked you. I'm not Twitter. I can't, look. I'm not those organizations, right? You have to take it up with them. Oh, damn. Wick getting epically one guy. I know. Wick getting epically one guy. I'm in a state, gang, okay? I have passionate feelings. And I want to express those feelings. I want to share those feelings with you, chat. Okay? I want to share those feelings with you. I want to talk to you about Wick. About what Wick is, who Wick is, why Wick is. Okay? We can have an intimate discussion, you and I. Let Sunday on and have him explain? No. There's only one reason why people are angry at her, and it's obvious. For the sake of the audience, 𝕵𝖎𝖎, please tell me. You can say it's obvious, but please be more. Don't vague post. PSA: Ask tomfoolery. YouTube has been auto-modding chatters, which is catching all kinds of non-bad peeps. Gonzo. I don't know. Maybe. WickedTron says she's a Jew. That's why. LOL. I don't think that's all the criticism she got. I think that'd be lazy to levy all the criticism, or to lay at the feet just the fact that she's a Jew, the fact that all the criticism she's got. I don't think that's true. I think some of it is, absolutely. There's some of it that's just straight up unironic anti-Semitism. Yes, that's true. But I don't know if that's all of it. I don't think that's all of it. I think most of it, I don't even know about most. I won't put a most on it. But a portion of it, right? A sizable portion of it, is because she is going against the narrative and the Palestinian narrative, right? I think that is getting her most of the backlash that she's getting, if I had to guess. That's also not good, by the way. That's not excusable. That does not excuse the backlash that she is getting. It's retarded, frankly. But I think it would be lazy to just say, oh, it's just because she's a Jew. Courtney Game says, I don't like aristocracy. Never have. She's stuck up and a know-it-all. Hate those kind of people. That's why I like Wick. I like aristocracy, gang. I'm an Eris fan. I'll be real with you, okay? I like aristocracy. I think she gets too much shit. I think she's dead wrong on some things, right? Absolutely. She is much more authoritarian than I'm comfortable with, and she admits it. We've talked about this on my stream. But I don't know. I think the ability to like people who I fundamentally disagree with, I think that, like, in normie spaces that would just be normal, but online it feels like I have a superpower. It feels like I have this like I've been bitten by a radioactive friendly spider, and my superpower, instead of being able to shoot webs and climb walls, is instead being able to empathize with people and to see them as human, even if I very much disagree with them and even like them. That's what it feels like to me online. And it's fair. I'm not asking. No one here has to like anyone, Ray. You don't even have to like me. And in fact, there is a sizable portion of my audience who doesn't even like me. Okay? And you're welcome here. You're welcome to stay and to fuck around, right? And to weigh in and have your thoughts and have your say. That's absolutely welcome to do. But yeah. Welcome to the club, Wick. Is there a club for this? Is there a Wick Haters Anonymous club? I haven't seen it. Rastafarian, I like you, Wick. Do you? You're not even subbed to my channel. How much do you like me? Oh, you can buy my love, gang. You absolutely can, with more subs and more bits. Ugh. Wick is the Reese's of streamers? I don't know what that means. Is it because I'm filled with peanut butter and chocolate? I don't know if that's true. You're dumb and you need your meds is what I understand. Why are you talking to me like that? You got banned in my Discord. What happened, buddy? What did you do? What did you do? I was on vacation. And I come back and I see you're banned. Were you naughty? Ask 11s? I will. I think we talked about it a little bit. Fair enough, dude. Sorry you caught the ban, but you caught the ban. Oh well. Maybe in a month or 2 or 3 we'll revisit it. But we'll see. Courtney Games. The only kryptonite Wick has is Max Carson. Fucking weird ass manipulating mind controlling idiot. Not you, but Max. No, I have another. No, I get it, Whiteus. I'm not saying that, right? Like, no shade. Right? But Courtney, let's be clear. I have other kryptonite. Did you guys see my conversations with Murkoff DePerk? And did you see my conversation with Brittany and Murkoff DePerk? That did not go well for me. It did not go well at all. I felt like, oh, it was that was a rough one, gang. That was a rough one. Oh, I don't even know what to do about that one. You should know there is no reasoning with either of them. Look, if it had just been Brittany, it would have been a much more productive conversation, I feel. But both of them together, that's a problem. They feed off each other in unhealthy ways. Fondue, YouTube subscriber. Thank you. Gang, also, did you guys know you can actually become a member to my YouTube channel? Like, you can actually become a YouTube member. That is something you can do if you want to support me. That is one of the ways to support Wick in his hour of need. Because my war funds are low, gang. My war funds are low. We just had the Vegas trip. I'm trying to really up my game here. I'm trying to refill my coffers so that I can continue to make excellent content for all of you. And we got some excellent content coming up. On November 10th, Short Fat Otaku is coming back on the channel. Dev is coming back on the channel. And they're going to be having a one-on-one conversation with Brianna Wu. Gamergate enemies are going to break bread on my stream on November 10th. Set your clocks, gang. Set your clocks. Mark your calendars. Are you on Twitch, Wick? Yes, I am, Courtney Game. You can absolutely use your Amazon Prime there if you'd like. I really appreciate that. My Twitch channel is twitch.tv/WhickTV. No spaces, dashes, nothing like that. So that will be a great conversation, okay? So look forward to that one. We got some other stuff coming out. I mentioned a book earlier, The Shadow Commander. The author of that book and I follow each other on Twitter. And he has agreed in principle to come on my show and talk about the Palestinian conflict and Israeli conflict. He is let me get you the name so I don't mispronounce it. Give me 1 second. I want to be very clear. Boop 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 boop. Second. Let me scroll. Ah, here he is. Arash Azizi. Great guy. I've talked to him before on another person's stream. But I am hoping we can he's agreed to in principle, right? We just got to set a date But this man is honestly from the region, Iran, I believe. He has worked in again around the region. He's studied it. He's written on it. He's published material on this. He is no stranger to this. He is very pro-Palestinian, but he is probably one of the best pro-Palestinian voices I have heard. I'm not blowing smoke up your ass. Pitch perfect, like how he dealt with the October 7th thing. Like immediately out the gate, this is unexcusable. There's no room for this. Hamas is evil, right? No hesitation. No one needed to prompt him. He just did it because that's, again, what he's been preaching for years, right? It's part of his book. Again, he studied Iran and the influence and how it rose to power in the region. That's what the book's about. I'm really hoping I can pick his brain. That will be a get. Willdog 1993, thank you for the Prime sub. Princess Courtney, thank you for the Prime sub. Gang, thank you. We are on a hype train. Let's end on a good note here. Let's get this hype train going. From the river to the sea, my hype train is going to be the best it can be. Okay? From the river to the sea, my hype train is going to be the best it can be. Let's do that. Let's get it going. Let's get those subs in. Let's get those bits in. Like YouTube, you can play too. You can you can throw some super chats my way. Princess Courtney, that is an involving Palestine and Israel situation. That's involving my wallet, and which is fine. Don't take your Prime back. No, please. I need your money. I need it. I need it. So yeah, I'm hoping that this conversation can go through, and if so, I will absolutely have call-ins during that, and you can call in, ask him questions yourself, and talk to him about his stance and his view. He's one of the people that is pushing for a ceasefire right now. Yeah, he's much more educated on the topic than I am. That's why I want to have him on. The reason I don't talk to a lot of other streamers about this one-on-one or anything is because I don't think any of them are experts. This guy is an expert on it. So yeah. Worth listening to. I don't agree with all his takes, by the way. Just throwing that out there. But smart guy. 200 bits. With that new haircut, you kind of look like a gay neo-Nazi. Do I give off let's get into this, gang. Do I give off gay vibes? There's nothing wrong with being gay. I'm just not. I don't know. I'm not attracted to men. 300 more bits. Do you have a gay meeting tonight? No. A gay meeting? No. No, I don't. I don't think I give off gay vibes. I don't know. Wick is Greek straight? What is Greek? What does that mean? What does Greek straight mean? I don't know. Wick needs a lifting partner, a wingman. You've never given off gay vibes? It's okay if I do. I mean, I don't know. There's nothing wrong with being gay. It's just I like the ladies. Sorry, dudes. Right? I know I'm breaking some hearts tonight, but that's what it is. Gang, we got a minute and a half left on the hype train, and we are 93% in. Can we get that extra 7% to bump us up to the first level here and complete a level 1 hype train? Another gift sub, another couple hundred bits will do it, right? It should be fine. Where are my big dick Oilers? Oh, thank you, Kamikaze, for those bits. All 28 of them. It does help, actually, so thank you. Copy and paste these I got. Well, thank you. That tooth is a nightmare for blowjobs. I wouldn't let you suck my dick. Oh no. Well, I'll just have to live with that, I guess. Somehow. Wild Dog with more bits. We're 97%. Can we get 3 more percent? 3 more percent, and we will get in. The Big Nick, if you want to pay me more to play your game again, I absolutely will. We can talk about Israel-Palestine or something while I do. You have my email. Set it up, right? Email me. Same terms as last time, I'd be okay with, right? If we don't do another day of that. 10 seconds left, and we had 3% left. One more sub will get us there, and I can continue to have this great, wonderful content for you, my dear viewer. For you. Saxon on YouTube. Thank you for becoming a tier 1 YouTube member. Play it while Brianna Wu is on. Oh, I don't know if I can do that, Big Nick. Oh. But then again, she might actually talk to you if you wanted to talk to her. I make no promises, though. That would be more interesting to me. Hello, 321, $2. We need Mr. Girl versus Wick Part 2. Mr. Girl will never come on my show again. That's fine. You don't have to come on my show, Mr. Girl. I'll be okay. I'll be fine. It was good content, though. Not gonna lie, it got me the most viewers I've ever had. My biggest stream, I got over 100,000 views on this. It was cut up into segments, right? But overall, over 100,000 views was my Mr. Girl interview on the Destiny Report. It was amazingly lucrative for me. Not gonna lie to you. Saxon says, I'm already subbed on Twitch. You can gift subs. That is possible to do, Saxon. That would really help me out. Thank you for the bits, though. 77 bits. That's excellently. Yes, Grackle US. More views in the dog fucking panel? By an order of magnitude, yes. My dog fucking panel didn't get that very many views. I don't think it was even on YouTube at the time. It might have been. I'm trying to remember. It's okay to be slow. Wick, why haven't you asked Prime onto the all black everything panel? What do you mean? Prime's welcome on my show anytime he wants, right? You can just ask me. You just be like, "Yo, buddy, I wanna talk to you on a topic." It's something he can do. Gang, are you excited for tomorrow's show? I hope you are. We're going to have Fairy Queen, Allison, Mooncake. We're going to have Mr. Hammer. We're going to have Omar. And we're going to have a new individual, B. Christina. And we were going to be talking about feminism. Has it ruined relations between men and women? Let's find out. Just average FK. What's poppin', Wick? I saw that pic of you in Vegas. Y'all look cute. Which pic? Several of them. Oh, gang, if you want to see pics from my Vegas trip, you can follow me on Twitter. You can join my Discord. Discord. And yeah. Saxon gifting 1 WhickTV memberships. Who's a lucky member? I don't know. Cognitive Dissonance. Welcome to the Wick. Welcome, my Wicca, to a YouTube membership. Oh, me, Darius and Relly? Hell yeah, me, Darius and Relly. We painted the town red. It was great. It was great. Hey, Wick, if you were invited to Destiny Erudite's upcoming podcast, would you go? Yes, I would go. I would love to go on their show with, well, what's the format? I'm going to be real with you. I'm not exactly sure the format of their show and what it's going to be. Is it going to be multiple people or would it be just me? I mean, I'd still go with just me, right? I'd still go with just me being there. But I would rather have it be like me and another big guest, right? That would be great. Yeah, I'd go. I'd absolutely, especially if they paid my airfare. If they paid my airfare, I would be there in a heartbeat. If you have a good 1K to 3K community, YouTube loves you. Yeah, we are. I don't know if I have that many members. I would love to have that many members in my community, but 1K to 3K subscribing members, memberships in my YouTube community, that's a dream. Okay, that's the dream. We'll love to. So if any of my Oilers want to help me out like that, by all means. By all means. Will President Sunday go on the podcast? Ha ha ha, Nyer Socks. You're a funny guy, aren't you? You're just a kidder. You're full of funs and loves, okay? YouTube wants you to get there? Yeah. I want to get there too, but I don't know if we're going to get there with the, what are we looking at? 26 concurrent viewers on YouTube right now? I don't know. It's first day back from Vegas. I get it. It was a call-in show. I get it. But usually I've double that. Usually I have around 50 on YouTube. So I don't know if today was a slow day. But that's okay. We've had quite... we've been streaming for quite a while now. Gang, we're gonna go till 10. We're gonna go till 10. Any more questions for me from chat? I would love to talk to you guys. We can interact and things like that. What kind of content do you want to see me doing more of? All right. What do you want to see me really getting into? Who was the worst person I met in Vegas? That's a question from 𝕾𝖎𝖙. The worst person I met in Vegas was myself. There you go. Did you talk about TwitchCon already? Affect. I hate you. Yeah, I know. I know. I know you do. Ugh. Ugh. Oh. Yeah, that's the answer you're getting. That's the answer you're getting, gang. I'm not going to throw shade. I'm not going to throw shade. Do a one-on-one with Rob Noor about 2024. What about 2024? About the election coming up? Sure, if you want. How do we stop mass shootings? With peace and love, baby. If I had the answer to that, I'd be a rich man. I don't know. Defund the CIA. I don't think that'll stop mass shootings. Could be wrong. You guys heard about the Maine mass shooting last night, correct? 22 dead, I believe. It's horrific. Defund the FBI, the EPA, the CDC. Just defund everything, right? That's your play? I don't know if that's the play, gang. Message request. Friend request. Let me add some friends here. Boom. The utter failure that is Canada would be a good stream. Gang! No! That's important. So, recently they've been debating, right, whether to, on the maids program in Canada, whether to add a category for that to be people who have drug addictions. If you are a drug addict, you can, or at least it's being debated, that you will be allowed to apply for maids in Canada. Medically assisted death, to be clear. Bonkers! That's bonkers. Does anyone support this? Does anyone think that's a good idea? Gross. Saxon, £1. Thank you for the £1 super chat. It's your first. And another pound super chat. Just pound me, pound me. Pound me, Saxon. Keep pounding away. Pound after pound after pound after pound. Come on. I want to see those pounds roll in. Can we get 20 pounds live on stream? Can we do that? Do a pole dance to find out? What's a pole dance? I don't have a pole. So this is, imagine it's a mime pole, okay? I'm doing the mime pole dance. Come on, keep pounding me or I'm going to stop. I'm just saying. Please, God, no. Big bad booty daddy? What, you don't want to see me pole dance? Ah, Dios mío. Why do people ever use singles or even cash? I'm going to be real with you. I haven't been to a strip club in years. Like literally years. So, I couldn't tell you. Strip clubs are skeezy places to me, right? Why Why would people go there? I don't understand it. You can't do anything there, right? You can get a lap dance or something, but at least as I'm aware, unless you go to like an actual brothel, you can't really do anything there. But I could be wrong. See the sad ladies shake the boobies. Fair enough. Because you like, if that's what you want, there's a thing called the internet. You could do that, right? You get the same experience for free, and you don't have to have weird people around you judging you and things like that. I don't know. Strippers need to eat too, Wick. True, but I just, again, I don't know if I am not the patron for them. Sorry, unfortunately. I do hope they are able to make ends meet though. Depends whether they have champagne rooms. I don't know what a champagne room is. You're gonna have to let me know. Educate me, dear viewer. Cognitive dissonance. Are you a strip club expert? Do you know all about the strip clubs? Princess Courtney says, "Oh, that's strange. What's strange? The last word isn't showing for me. The last word is boobies? Why can't you see boobies? I don't know why you can't see boobies, but who knows?" But this is the meta pole dancing, singles for the ethical discussion of dancer. Well, I've been giving you this ethical discussion, okay? I've been talking about this, right? What else do you want from me here? What more can I give you to slate your thirst and to get more money from you, to drain your accounts, Saxon? I want you to be my oiler. Oil me up. Okay? I need more oilers in my life. I need y'all to fund my channel. Oh, look, another pound. Boom, pounded me again. Third super live stream. Thank you again. Show the way. Yeah, someone wanted to follow in his footsteps right now. Give me some more money, right? On YouTube. That'd be a trip. Help me eat. Who is my favorite person to meet in Vegas? Ooh, that's a question. I have a tie on this. Okay. First of all, when you say meet, do you mean for the first time? If so, 10 flicks. Straight up. Easy answer. If it's who was my favorite person to talk to in Vegas, that's harder. I don't know. I'd have to think about that. There are a lot of options. Honestly, me, Irrelevant, and Darius had a grand old time. I didn't get to talk to Irrelevant as much as I want, but me and Darius had actually really good discussion. So maybe him. But Cherry was close, right? I had a really good discussion with Cherry. Let's see. Erudite's always a pleasure, but I didn't get to talk to her much. She was busy entertaining and being a host. Yeah, I don't know. You know what? I don't want to talk about that, right? I don't want to make her into content. We're not going to do that. After he got bailed out, Jenny Burns, after. Did I meet Amaranth? No. Why would I? No, I was not, Kamikaze. I talked to her after that. With the discussion I had afterwards. Yeah, do you? Why does? Maybe. Poor Cherry, indeed. Poor Cherry. Well, I don't know. Look, it's her issue. She can talk about it if she wants. I don't talk about people's bullshit that's private, right? Like it's a private thing. But I do feel bad. That's what it is. Amaranth panel? Like, what do you mean an Amaranth panel? Like, if I could get Amaranth on my show, I would get her on my show. Absolutely. Amaranth versus Natsa Erudite theology panel. If I could make that happen, I absolutely would. But I have no connections to Amaranth. There's no way I have to reach her. So, unfortunately, as of now, that's on the back burner. I have reached out to Ethan Klein. I want to talk to him. I think Ethan Klein has been given a bad rap. I think they've done him wrong. The people around him have screwed him over. So I emailed him to see if he wanted to come on my show and talk about it. We'll see. Because I feel like, well, just look at the clips. Just listen to the guy. Like there's a lot you could say about Ethan, but on this, he's been so genuine. I guess I'll say this. I am drawn to genuine. To people who are being real with me. And on this issue, Ethan Klein is being real. His conversations with Hamas have been authentic. Well, Hamas Piker, to be clear. Hassan. His conversations with Hassan on Leftovers and his conversations about Hassan's community and about everything that's happened, it's been just so real, so authentic. And I think that he's having a real genuine response to the just inhumanity on that side of things. The just inhumane treatment of him and his stances, and the gross, like, cheering on of the terrorist organization that is Hamas, right? It speaks well of him that he is so bothered by it. It is a feather in his cap. I will say, I don't think Ethan's the brightest bulb in the bunch on certain things, but who is at the end of the day? Who is at the end of the day? He just needs someone to talk to that's not gonna gaslight him, basically. So we'll see if he even responds. It's a long shot, gang. I am a nobody streamer. So we'll see. 𝕵𝖎𝖎, by the way. What you doing, buddy? Welcome to my chat. How's it going? Good morning, I love you. 𝕵𝖎𝖎. What have you been doing? I've been in Vegas. I hung out with Gibbs and some of your peoples, the D-Gens. Okay. I had some fun times. I can call in. Call in then. Jump backstage. Call in. I'll pull you in. You can call in? Well, yeah, you can. 10 times if you get Ethan to play Domina. That's fine. You don't need your cam. We'll know you. Why does TwitchTV has gifted to Nair Socks? Thank you for the gifts up to Nair Socks, buddy. Really appreciate you. Okay, let's bring in 𝕶𝖎𝖎. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I would be doing better if I could hear you. Can you turn yourself up?
Yes, I can. Give me one moment. Is that better?
Yes, much.
All right, there you go. Perfect. I'm doing good. I did like a little marathon. Did you know they released the old Metal Gear Solid games yesterday as like an anthology?
I did not.
Yeah, so I think one thing I want to do actually is I kind of want to take each game and kind of pull out some of like the little political meanings in them, right? Like the first one, you have stuff about the Kurdish uprisings, you have stuff about fuck man, just like all sorts of like, worldwide conflicts and shit like that and histories and whatever, right? That are like kind of involved with it. So I'm gonna kind of start pulling them apart. Also, I have been playing a lot of fucking Metal Gear Solid lately, and I am fucking doing great. I also just 15 minutes ago, so yeah, I'm grungy as shit. But yeah, how's TwitchCon for you? How are you?
Man, it was a trip. It was an adventure. To answer Blizz's question, first of all, thank you for the pound, Saxon. Really appreciate you.
Yep.
Did I successfully not get drugged this time? That's true. I did not take anything I did not intend to take. So hooray.
Nice.
Hooray.
Nice. Did you do ecstasy?
No, I did not. Not for this time. Not for this time.
Okay, fair.
I did Adderall for the first time. That was
a okay. Yeah, Adderall's weird. I don't really. Adderall worries me. I think I'm either too large or I have ADHD. because it doesn't do anything for me. So I
It
don't
made my
know.
mouth really dry.
Mhm.
That's about it.
Yeah, it's a stimulant. Stimulants are fucking lame. I will never understand stimulants. But yeah, I did see that you were with like Gibbs and some of those
The
degens.
degens,
You know,
yes.
the old degens. Did you meet Mel or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
We had
Mel
we had a
is
great
super cool,
discussion.
dude.
She's crazy.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mel is lovely. I'm glad that Claude didn't rape you.
I'm glad too. Is there
Yeah.
a reason we bring this up? Like,
Well, I don't know. I mean, he's a pretty rapey dude. Like, what do you want?
I am glad I'm glad I didn't get raped. Just in
Yeah.
general, like by
Fair
anyone,
enough.
right?
All right,
Like,
based.
I'm glad that
Excellent. Awesome.
that didn't happen.
Great,
Like-
good. So nothing bad happens, basically, right?
Damn, like
Okay.
yeah, I guess, but I don't
Yeah.
know. It's just- everyone was wonderful. Like, yeah, I didn't meet a bad person there that I could remember, right?
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, honestly, like, I mean, aside from, I will say, watching from the sidelines, the Darius shit is amazing. A lot of like there's so much dumb drama.
I almost
that
had him as my
happened, but-
co-host today for my show.
Really?
Yeah, I'm
That would have
getting
been
him on
super
again
fun.
soon.
Good. Well, yeah, you wouldn't be able to do that on Twitch though. He's still banned, right?
Yep, I believe so.
Yeah, that
So that's
sucks.
okay.
That sucks. Yeah.
We'll have him on again at some
Mhm.
point. I'm sure that'd be great.
Yeah, 100%.
Xena
No,
talked to me a
Darius is
little
great.
too.
Yeah, how is she? All right, can I just say, I think Xena is a gold star woman. I'm sorry, I watched the whole Darius thing, and I'm just like, man, I wish I could have a partner that would take care of me like that when I was drunk, dude.
Fair enough.
Did
I
you see
won't
it or
comment
no?
I won't comment too much. Let's say
Okay.
private conversation.
All right,
with
fair
private,
enough.
So yeah.
All right, fair enough.
I am in discussions with people, right? And we'll see what happens.
Fair. So, what's on your docket for the next week then?
Well, tomorrow is my only
Mm-hmm.
planned content till the 10th, but we're going to have some more stuff coming up, right? I just don't know what it'll
Okay.
be or when it'll be. But tomorrow we're going to talk about feminism.
Okay.
Something to
All right.
distract from the unending and unceasing Middle East discussions.
Yeah, let's go to the unending and unceasing feminism discussion. Let's do that one.
Why not? Look, we gotta the yin to the yang. We gotta balance it out somehow. And
yeah, bloody death for a ton of people, a bunch of people just yelling at each other. It'll be great. Awesome. That's fair. Sorry. Like, you know what I mean? I just, it's the feminism panels are they're good. I mean, it's just they feel
yeah.
At times, I don't know. I don't know if it's like, I don't know. It's like there's just been a lot of feminism panels, dude. That's it. That's all I gotta say. So
true.
All right.
But it's been a while since I've done one, and I think the people are hungering for not Israel-Palestine content.
Yeah,
so.
I agree. Yeah, that's why I'm playing Metal Gear Solid, because then I can like talk about other, genocides and stuff. It's great.
And
it's
this
lovely.
Is the thing, though, like I understand this is a me problem. I get it. I understand it, right?
Yeah.
But I get up in my feels about this shit.
Dude, it's not a you problem. Like I think that almost every human being out there that has like really engaged with this shit, right? I would say almost every single one out there. It is a lot. It is very emotionally scarring, especially a lot of the images that we've seen come out of it. A lot of the stories that we've heard and all that, as well as just how people have been, treating other people. If we're looking at like the 𝕾𝖎_𝖙, thing in that sense, right? And it's just like, yeah, dude, it is. I think it's really, really rough. I will say personally, I am right there with you. I think I can do like maybe 4 days of genocide coverage, and then I'm like, all right, I'm just sad now, and I need to do anything else. So
I think the next week, right? Because I told you the 10th we're having Brianna Wu and Short Fat Otaku on, and they're gonna have a discussion.
Okay,
that'll be interesting.
Hell yeah!
Gamergate enemies meeting once more, right?
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Yeah.
We will also be talking, I think, about some domestic issues. The speaker choice, I think that's going to be on the docket.
Interesting. I'm
you're
very interested in
probably
that,
gonna be
actually.
talking about there is a school system, and I wish I had it up. I have these in a list somewhere, right? I just don't remember where it is. Vegas fried my brain. But there's
You need to download Obsidian. That's what I use for notes, dude. It is so good if you like tab notes. Anyways, continue. Sorry.
Well, these aren't notes. It's more of a collection of like sources that I could draw upon for panels. So basically what it is they have foregone the need or are advocating to forgo the need for passing grades in math, science, and reading, right? In order to for the education system to go. I wish I
know it's you're talking about this district that's like you can graduate regardless because it will cause like systemic issues if you don't.
Yes.
And it's like I think that I can understand like where you would see both sides of the argument. On one side of this, does our education system serve minority students properly? And I don't think that that is actually true. Is this a way to go ahead and possibly try to combat the systemic inequalities that occurs? Yes. Is it flying directly in the face of what we know education is? Yes, also. So there's something... there's a lot to be said there, so yeah.
It is, and it would be an interesting discussion panel, right? And so
100%, yeah.
Throw that in the ring. I'll probably have another call-in show next week, and yeah, that's what I got planned. Do you have any suggestions? What would you want to see from WhickTV, Razzie?
Well, what I want to see is on Tuesday. I want to see you come out to my pumpkin patch because I'm going to do a little Halloween thing. And we're going to dress up and shit. It's going to be on Kick because I will be wearing my my sexy clothes.
Ooh, tell me more.
I'm going to. You can see it in an emote that is right here. I'll just post the emote in your chat to give you an idea of what's going to be happening. But I will be doing it on Kick, and I'm going to be having like a lot of fucking.
I might stop by.
My old DJ. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's going to basically be a stop by, come in, and do Halloween stuff. But whatever it is. So we'll see what happens with it. But yeah, I think things I'd like to see.
Yeah, please.
Fuck me. I would like.
Can't do that on stream. Not even.
I understand that. I think one that I think would actually be really interesting with the holiday season coming up. The idea of secular holidays, secular Christmas, secular Thanksgiving, secular Hanukkah, secular Ramadan. The holidays have become something that we've expanded far beyond just something that is deigned by religion, especially in America. We've mostly removed a lot of Christian elements that are like, very specifically Christian, and rather Christmas has just become kind of the du jour holiday. And with the holiday season coming up, I would actually be interested in seeing if people think that taking the Christ out of Christmas was a bad thing or a good thing.
We can absolutely talk about that. I'm sure I could find some people who would argue either way on that. So that'd be
I think that'd be a good one.
I'll put that in the bank, right?
The bank of stuff. But yeah, other than that,
Winter says Reservoir has people in his chat who says N-word. That's true.
Yeah, 100%. I do. And they call Enjoy the Winter that. Yeah. Yeah. A numbnuts. A numbnut retard. That's the N-word that they call him.
Bring a female on. Let me pull into my binders full of females that I can just pull out of my hat. Enjoy the winter.
Yes.
Yeah, this is what I'm gonna do. Females. Are there females in the audience? Would the females like to come out to play?
Yes,
exactly. What is going on? I don't know. We've had females on this. We had females earlier.
It's literally, you have so many women on your fucking channel. It's like, that's like kind of funny as fuck to me to begin with.
Well, look. I just naturally attract a certain kind, a certain audience. I can't help it. Like, look.
Well, yeah, you're non-threatening, so women aren't afraid of you or think that you're gonna do the R word to them.
Duality of Chaos says, "I'm not female, but I've been waiting to talk to you, Wick." Sure, hop in backstage and we can.
Yeah, bring him in. I'll sit in here.
Okay, we'll sit in. We'll have Rezzy be. Rezzy will be the guest co-host for the last 10 minutes of this.
Okay. Yeah, here, I'll put pants on and shit.
Oh, wait, are you Mr. Oh, yeah, I think I remember you.
Yeah.
You are deafened, but you are on. Once you undeafen, you can maybe. Okay, there we are.
Hey, what's up, bud?
Hi.
How's it going? I'm one of your, one of the few Jewish, people that bless you and who enjoy you.
What do you mean few? I have a lot of Jewish audience. Why does is
Well,
Jewish?
excuse me.
We have other people who are
Well,
Jewish in my audience.
You know what I mean? Like in terms of the population total,
Fair.
How's it going, buddy? Been a minute.
Yeah.
I haven't talked to you in it's been months since I've talked to you, honestly.
It has.
What's the moral equivalency argument for you? I'm curious about that.
The moral equivalency. I don't think there is a moral equivalency between Hamas and the IDF. I don't think there is. I think that as bad as the IDF is, Hamas is simply worse. And we can look at that through just, again, asking ourselves, if Hamas had the power that the IDF does, if the shoe was on their other foot, what would Hamas do? And would it be better, worse, or the same?
You're adding a hypothetical into that, which is fucked up.
What do you mean?
Because Hamas has never had that sort of influence or power necessarily,
and thank
right?
God.
No, the influence, yes, but the power, no.
Yes, and also, thank God it hasn't, because with their power that they have had, how have they been stewards of the power that they have had? What have they done with it? And we can look at that. And we can
actually
see.
let me jump in. Let me jump in here real quick, Mr. Braindead. I think that what you're trying to do is Braindead. I think you're trying to do a deontology argument, whereas like Wick is looking more at the intentions here. Yeah, Hamas is not capable of exacting the same level of violence that the IDF is, but they're
not. If there was the power dichotomy was switched, yes, of course.
Yeah. So, and I think
I agree with that too.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure, because I think you are coming from a different point there. Yeah.
I wanted to clarify that because I do understand where Wick is coming from, and I do agree with Wick on that point. My issue is that Yitzhak Rabin. Do you know who Yitzhak Rabin is, Wick?
You spell it honestly, unironically, the pronunciation will probably throw me off, but
Yitzhak Rabin.
Just explain it to me, and then we'll go with it. Yeah.
Okay, Yitzhak Rabin was a prime minister for Israel.
Oh, Rabin. Okay, yeah, no, I know who you're talking about. He got assassinated by the he did the Oslo Accords. He shook hands with Arafat. That guy?
Yes.
Yeah. I know who you're talking about.
He was PM twice. In the late 70s and the early to mid 90s. He was PM as well.
Great guy, actually.
He was a fantastic human being. The last time that peace has ever been taken seriously in Israel was because of Yitzhak Rabin. So Yitzhak Rabin, signed the Oslo Accords after suicide bombings had happened. And he said, enough is enough. The blood is on each side. We understand, what the fuck is going on. Let's work through our shit and let's do their thing. He got assassinated by a far-right extremist in 1995.
He did.
That is the last time that peace has ever been really seriously discussed in Israel.
Well, that's not true, though.
It's not necessarily true, but it's also not necessarily false, because Sharon and Clinton...
Well, you remember the 2000 elections? You remember the 2000 elections?
But here's the thing. You know why the Oslo Accords were signed? It's because of suicide bombings. If you want to talk about the 2000 elections and suicide bombings, that was the norm at that point. It was fucked up, but it was also something that sort of needed to be addressed. And it wasn't addressed by anyone. It was just used as sort of a propagandist element in order to sort of, go, well, we want this, and this.
Wait,
we don't want to give you this.
You're correct in that suicide bombings had been happening, but after the fall of 2000, it ramped up. They called it the Second Intifada, man. They ramped it up to a degree that
the Second Intifada was from 1995 to 2000. There were
but in the fall of 2000, maybe it wasn't called the second. Maybe I'm using a different word, right?
You are using the wrong term for a movement that happened that Yitzhak Rabin had been committed to after suicide bombings had happened.
Yes, we all know that. But the problem is, right, that the 2000 elections was won on the idea of ending the settlements, right? That was the idea.
Yes.
The left wing of Israel won, despite Rabin's assassination, right, and the political turmoil that caused. They still won on that. And how did the terrorists answer? was to disrupt that peace and to 140 in the fall of the summer, not the fall of the summer, in the fall of the year 2000, right? After this
Yes.
election,
I know.
140 successful suicide bombers just came out and
I heard
blew
this
up
argument
schools.
earlier.
Right.
The issue here for me is that despite the suicide bombings, Rabin said peace needed to be had. The issue is that you're talking about Sharon. You're talking about Ariel Sharon and Clinton with the Palestinian Authority trying to decide peace after Rabin was assassinated. It's not the same climate anymore. It's not. There's a lot of really fucked up shit like that, was going on. And I'm not sitting here saying that Hamas is this innocent group. It's not. It's not.
Yeah. And I'm not saying that Israel is an innocent group in here either. I'm not sitting here and saying that. No. But we have to look.
Completely.
But we can't pretend that these are equal, right? We cannot pretend they are just as bad because we look at
an occupier the entire time for 56 years. There is no.
Why do you think they're doing that? Do you think that they did it for funsies? Do you think that they were putting these people into these things for funsies? No, they did it because every time, right? The people around them, the cities around them, the countries around them would try to wipe them the fuck out.
In Sunday school, I was educated on the 6-Day War. I was educated on the Yom Kippur War. Neither of those were provoked by Israel. I understand that completely. But the issue here is the entire Western Front, right? Butting their heads, like putting themselves into a situation that could have been easily resolved by a person like Yitzhak Rabin. That didn't happen.
Why not?
Because Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated.
Yes, because extremists in both sides did not want peace.
Well, yes, and now we're ruled by Israel.
Because every time peace comes, one of two things will happen: extremists on Israel's side will fuck around, or extremists on the Palestinian side will fuck around to disrupt and derail the peace process.
But the support of Hamas in Gaza.
Yeah, I thought so. Why does... Thank you for keeping me... Yeah, the second Intifada was 2000-2005. 1995 to 2000 was the second thing. Yeah. And
the support for Hamas was fomented by Israeli right-wing people, and especially an Israeli right-wing government, which went from Sharon to Netanyahu, and now you've had Netanyahu for most of the last 16, 17 years.
Yes, why was Sharon replaced by Netanyahu? Why did the people who, again, previously had supported Rabin, who wanted peace in the region, who, again, the issue that was successfully run on and won by the left wing in Israel in 2000 election, what was that? It was peace and ending of the settlements. So the question, again, becomes, why did Netanyahu win? Why did the people of Israel elect Netanyahu of all people? What kind of environment was happening that they decided to go with Netanyahu here and turn away from peace? Why?
I don't think I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm stepping in here. I think that's a very wild equivalency to make.
It really is.
But Braindead, shut the fuck up. I'm talking, okay?
I love you.
Other people are here and they're talking too. All right, so the issue with saying that is acting like Netanyahu wasn't going ahead and pulling the levers on every possible thing and organizing a propaganda campaign so that way he didn't have to go to jail. That's why Netanyahu got reelected. That
was part of the reason, but even with propaganda, Trump ran a propaganda campaign in 2020.
Even with propaganda, are you saying that propaganda doesn't work? Because propaganda absolutely works, and not only does it work,
it's not a fucking magic bullet, right? It's not a fucking.
It kind of actually is. That's kind of just how propaganda. You don't realize you're getting propagandized. That's part of it. It is kind of a magic bullet. You don't necessarily the thing is, it's everybody gets propagandized.
Why are there two
Netanyahu
in my chat, by the way? I don't know, but thank you.
Oh, because I have him blocked and he likes to at me constantly and shit. So he keeps making new accounts. I keep blocking them and it's amazing.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I don't really think that like you should be saying that Netanyahu got reelected because of his promise to quell Palestinian violence. I would even say like comparatively.
That is what he ran on, though. I can keep you safe.
Yeah, he ran on that just like, Donald Trump also ran on fucking abortion and all these other things. All right, he ran a strongman front.
That's not a very good analogy because Donald Trump did what he said he would do on abortions, whereas Netanyahu has not.
No, he didn't.
The people. What do you mean? He got over Roe v. He appointed the justices.
He did what he wanted to do on the Supreme Court. All right, what he wants to do on abortions is have more of them because he wants to fucking put his little shroom at people. Anyways, regardless though, all right, it's like not the only thing that he ran on, and not only did he run on, if he didn't just run on that, like I don't really think that it was, the stuff that happened on the 7th is wild. It's crazy. No one expected that. All right. I think that we were in like an era where it's like, hey, there's been like, not peace, of course, right? We have the Al-Aqsa Mosque, raids that have happened over the last year and shit. But even then, I don't think that, that was the critical thing. And now that the 7th has happened, we've seen Netanyahu fall apart in the polls because even like the small promises that he can make aren't things he can actually hold up to, right? He was running as a paper tiger.
Israel
That's
is
it.
better than Hamas because we can fix Israel through democratic processes. And it looks like Netanyahu is on his way out, right?
I am
fix
Biden
that with democracy.
I am a Biden Zionist, okay? Biden has a 97% approval rating in Israel. I say we get him elected and he'll figure it out. That's it. He knows what to do.
Can I tell you something, Wick? Because I grew up Jewish, of course. I mean, I was Reformed. But I mean, like, I did grow up in a synagogue. We have a Palestinian population in South Carolina, where I'm from. And I got pulled on this early because my father had met a lot of Palestinian people who, had been displaced. And of course, us being like really empathetic people, we had kind of, sort of rejected Zionism and sort of accepted that we are where we are because of certain issues in history, like being ousted from Europe and my great-grandparents having to immigrate over. Both sets on my paternal side. But I grew up in the synagogue, and my father was friends with a Palestinian woman who worked at my middle school, and she told him that for 4 generations, she and her family had lived next to a Jewish family, and she moved to the United States for better work and whatever. But in the West Bank, they had lived next to a Jewish family for 4 generations, and in the year 2000, her family was ejected from her home in favor of a settlement. And they, had issues with that. My father, he rejected that wholesale. He's like, why can't we live side by side next to each other? And started to sort of get to him. And that's what sort of, got to me as well. And it's like, why can't they live side by side next to each other? There were no issues. There was just, neighbors.
Well, there were issues though.
There were issues, but there was also like secular sentiment too.
Yeah, right? I mean, like there's issues, and it's like, the problem that I think that like, it's just, we're looking at a super complicated situation, obviously. I think that the Jewish Arab world, after the Yom Kippur War, even with like the peace talks that occurred with the Oslo Accords, has largely turned against the Jewish populations within their own countries, also evicted them from there. Okay. But wait, I'm not done. So the thing, I do think that, why is it that we went 4 generations with nothing and then something? We are looking at a massive shift of scale with everybody involved in this, right? Over the last 30, 40 years. Yeah.
And Resi, this is why I hate conflating Israel with Judaism. It's like, no, there's not a monolith here, right? Like, we're not a monolith. Israel is not like the quote unquote,
Israel isn't even Netanyahu. It's a democracy. You have America isn't Trump. America isn't Biden. Okay, it's a combination of all of those things. Like we can't denounce these people. They're still Americans, even if like I think they make bad choices and possibly are mentally retarded. But the thing is, they're still Americans. I'm still gonna fucking vouch for that. And I do think that like when you're looking at like I think if you want me to be honest, I think a better conflation that Wick probably should make. Hamas hasn't allowed elections. Hamas hasn't allowed democracy. Hamas has been subjugating its people and runs in my opinion, a brutal autocratic state. All right. So even in like the small area that you can see of, not the West Bank, we're not going to talk about the West Bank. I don't want to talk about the West Bank because that has nothing to do with Hamas. Okay.
I mean,
it doesn't.
It doesn't. Fondue for $5 says Israel is beholden to America. Hamas is beholden to Iran. And if you don't like either side, your choices are only as good as your options.
Yeah, it's a mixture of Iran and Qatar. Israel funds Qatar. Qatar then funds Hamas, but it's a whole thing.
Iran funds Hamas as well.
I mean, Iran does fund Hamas, but
And
again,
Hezbollah.
I think even if we're going to be looking at, I'm assuming that if we're going to talk about this, we should be talking about the IDF coming out and saying, yeah, Iran didn't know that this shit was going to happen in the first place. Like Hamas is still its own intelligible being.
Yes.
I would say yes, Israel is probably more beholden to the United States than Hamas is beholden to Iran.
Like, this is how these things work. So you usually don't give strict marching orders. You give this is what kind of like in general that we want you to do, and here's a bunch of money, get it done. But the nuts and bolts usually aren't over. You're not micromanaged because again, you want as little contact, as much possible deniability as you can in these situations. So.
Okay, yeah, exactly. And I think that like it's kind of like the same as like how we've as the United States, how we've dealt with Netanyahu, because he isn't, I think, actually representing, American whatever. I will say of the Israeli government that, the coalition government that they formed in response to this conflict, one thing I do want to actually say is, I can't believe that Israel has backed off of the invasion several times to give more time for, it looks like, civilians to lead.
Yes.
And I want to say...
Not enough.
It's not enough, but it's something. And something is something that you aren't going to get. You aren't going to get even that something from the Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah axis, right? You're not going to get that something at all. I think even if you're going to look there, obviously, I don't think Hamas represents Palestine. I don't think any country in the Middle East represents Palestine. And I think there needs to be a country that represents Palestinians, just like there needs to be a country that represents Kurds. Okay? It is absolutely disgusting. We have 100% given up as the West on giving these people their homelands.
When are my people going to be represented?
It's called Missouri, and it sucks. Okay? It's called Missouri, and it sucks.
Okay, gang. I have to cut this short because I am tired and hungry. But Resi,
I was going to say one thing to Resi though. One thing to Resi. The only thing I was going to push back on you with was the moral equivalency argument. Where do you stand on that?
I don't believe in morals, so I don't know.
Okay, I understand that.
Yeah.
And I was also going to say,
I look at it this way. I ask myself, where am I more likely to get executed, right? Because, my life is led by this idea that someday somebody's going to put a gun in the back of my head while people are cheering and they're going to blow my brains out, right? I've been living my life in such a way that this can become reality, right? I think that that's more likely to happen in Gaza than it is in the West Bank. And I think it's more likely to happen in the West Bank than Israel. So obviously I'm that's about as far as it is. Survivalized, right? Probably wouldn't do super well there, generally speaking.
Like the October 12th funeral procession that was shot up to death and people were
Primordial says I just became a huge Gaza simp. No,
yeah, I know. It's okay. Primordial has been wishing my death and I love him for it. So, but yeah, I don't know. Moral equivalency. I don't think there is a moral equivalency. I think that there are bads, and I do think that Hamas rejects elections. They reject democracy, which I believe in democracy a lot. So I think that alone is enough to be like, hey, guess what? This is like an authoritative state that isn't even trying to make it look like it isn't an authoritative state.
They own it, and it's funny to see online leftists be like, Hamas is like, yeah, we want to kill all the Jews, and online leftists are like, well, you know what they actually mean is, and then Hamas is like, no, for real, we want to kill all the Jews. And online leftists are like, well, you gotta understand where they're coming from here.
I don't even think it's necessarily that. I think that people are forgetting that Iran has carried out a bloody campaign against its own citizens, murdering them wholesale just because of a piece of fucking fabric that they don't fucking like, or they do like. I can't really actually tell anymore. They've carried out a bloody campaign for that for the last 12 months, and like just have murdered thousands upon thousands of people. And these are the people who are supporting Hamas and Hezbollah, right? And so, like, the moral equivalency, it's like, I think if we're going to make a moral equivalency, compare Iran and Israel, right? Do that.
Yep.
Okay. For now, though,
Agreed.
I will see you both later. I love you both. And
yes. Wick, take care of yourself. Love you. Bye.
Okay, gang. We're going to end it. 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Tune in. We're going to have Fairy Queen, Omar, B. Christina, Mooncake, Allison, Mr. Hammer. Feminism, has it destroyed relationships between men and women? Thank you for all the donations. Thank you for the bits, the subs, the super chats. It all helps. Let's make it rain some more tomorrow with money. Really help refill my coffers. That would be very helpful. Thank you again. We're going to raid out who is still streaming at this ungodly hour. Who we raiding into, boys? Prime Kai? Okay, Prime Kai. Thank you again for the pound. Get fucked, you bald-headed Mormon. I mean, are you offering? DM me, baby. Are you a sexy woman? I don't know. Anyway, I'll see you guys later.